Whenever.
All right, awesome. Thank you. So good morning. I'd like to call the April 2026 Committee on Accreditation meeting to order. Ms. Bernardo, if you could please call the roll.
Allison Leggett.
Present.
Dustin Cervantes.
Present.
Ann Jones.
Present.
Patrick McKee.
Present.
Alan Hallis.
Present.
Doug Hillis. Malika Bryant.
Present.
Jay Sykes. Tony Campbell.
Present.
Jessica Bogdanovich.
Present.
Michelle Hall.
Present.
Patricia Pernin. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And for the record, Member Hillis will be joining us in a little bit. We'll just make sure for the record we announce when he's joined us. So this meeting this morning is being conducted in a hybrid fashion. All members are in person. Other participants, such as institutional representatives and team leads, and some staff will be attending virtually, while others will be in person. The Zoom link and a toll-free phone number have also been made available to the public. As a reminder, the meeting rooms in this new building include built-in microphones, speakers, cameras, and monitors. We are continuing to experience some glitches in the system, so we ask for everyone's continued. Also, as a reminder, the ceiling microphones will pick up everything that is said at all times in this room, and they are always on. So please be aware that anything that is said in this room will be captured and recorded. Therefore, side conversations should be kept to a minimum, if at all, while in the room. We will mute the room during breaks. Nevertheless, please take your informal conversations out into the hallway. For those participating via Zoom, we'd like to ask that everyone check their Zoom identification and make sure it contains your first and last name accurately so we are able to call on you appropriately, and also so we can get all names accurately recorded for the meeting minutes. When it's time to take up an item, we'll need a moment to bring the appropriate virtual attendees into the main Zoom meeting room and make sure that they can see and hear the committee and we can see and hear them. Participants will need to turn on their camera and unmute their microphone. For public comment, for our participants who are meeting here today in person, individuals who would like to make comments during this meeting or who are attending in person will need to complete a public comment card to indicate what item you would like to speak on and provide it to the meeting organizer. The meeting organizer will call the speaker at the time the agenda item is being presented. For those of you who are participating via Zoom, individuals who join the meeting via Zoom webcast will need to click on the raise your hand icon to indicate that you would like to speak on that item. Staff will notify the individual when it's their turn to speak by calling the name listed on the Zoom ID used by the member of the public when logging into the meeting. At that time, the individual will be prompted to unmute their microphone and we will be able to share the comment. Oh, they will be able to share the comment. For those of you who are participating via teleconference, if you're joining us through the meeting through the US toll-free number, you will need to press *9 on your phone to inform our meeting moderator that you would like to speak on that item. The meeting moderator will notify the individual it is their turn to speak by calling the last 4 digits of their phone number and will allow them to unmute their microphone. At that time, the individual will be prompted to press *6 and will be able to share their comment. There's also a time designated for general public comment at the end of the meeting. And as a reminder for everyone, public comments will be restricted to just 2 minutes. This meeting is being recorded. After the meeting ends, the archived audio and video will be available on the Commission's website. Now for our committee members, when you make your motions, please state the motion in full so that there's no question what your motion is. For our committee members, does anyone have any questions about protocols or voting today? All right. So we are then going to move into item number 2. Item number 2, first item on approval for our agenda today is to approve our agenda for today. So do we have a motion to approve today's agenda? Member Hall.
I move to approve today's agenda.
And do we have a second on that motion? Member Hallis. And since we are all in person, all in favor, if you please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. And therefore, the motion carries. For item number 3 is the approval of the minutes for our prior meeting. And it's just a reminder, if you were not in attendance at the prior meeting, it would be appropriate to recuse yourself when it comes time for the voting. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from our prior meeting? Yeah, Member Leggett?
I move to approve the prior minutes.
All right, thank you, Member Leggett. Do we have a second? Member Jones? And any corrections or changes? Bless you.
Bless you.
With that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone abstaining? Anyone no? Motion carries. All right. Look at that. We're already on item number 4. So we're doing well. Item number 4 is our co-chair and member reports. This time I don't have anything to share. My co-chair, anything you'd like to share?
I just wanted to share one thing about our institution. University of Massachusetts Global has a wonderful opportunity for anybody in California who has a California credential can come and take 4 courses and earn their master's degree, and it's blowing up like crazy. So anybody with that credential, whether it's SPED, multiple subject, single subject, whatever it is, in 4 courses can earn their MAT. So, yeah, and our BILA in Mandarin and Spanish is going very well. So if you're thinking about a BILA, it's very well worth it.
Thank you. And any of our members, anything you would like to share or report out? Right. We are then going to move over to staff reports, and Administrator Cheryl Hickey will present this item.
Sure, I'll start, and then I'll ask Kara and Erin to join in. I just want to make a couple of quick announcements. So last week, it was the April Commission meeting, and at the April Commission meeting, they always consider vacancies for the COA. So beginning in July 1 of 2026, we will be saying goodbye to Augustine Cervantes and Pat Pernin, both of which will be finishing their terms. And then they reappointed Alan Hallis, Alan here. And they appointed Jenny Chiappi, I need to say that right, Chiappi from CSU Dominguez Hills, and Brandy Byers, who is from Oakley Unified School District. They also appointed to the alternate list Joanne Iskin from the UC system and Jose Rodriguez from LA Unified School District. So those are the alternates. So those individuals will start at the August meeting, and we'll have an orientation for them and all of the things. I just wanted to mention, as I started to kind of pull all of you guys earlier, I think, Michelle, you were out of the room, but I think the June meeting is only going to be about a half a day. So I think it'll be, it sounded like the group kind of thought virtual would work for that. So we'll do a virtual meeting with breaks, appropriate breaks, so you can get up and stretch. But it looks like it's about a half a day. So, and that one's always a wobbler for me. I never know whether I should bring you here or not, but that is what June will be. And you can eliminate the Monday meeting. So it'll be the June 16th date, if we didn't already mention that.
And a reminder of that, we all are going to bring our calendars, right?
Yes.
We're going to calendar out the next year.
Exactly. So one of the items will be to figure out the meetings for the following year. Okay, and I think a lot of so we have 4 staff members on site visits right now. We have several site visits going. We're almost done for the season. We have 7 altogether that need to happen, including the ones this week. That's where Miranda is today. And thank you, Erin, for joining us today to have another set of ears and eyes. And I think that's pretty much it. So, and I know everybody wants to hear from Kara because she's got information on the student teacher stipend program, which is the hot button issue of California today. So
It is. It's very warm.
Yes.
So good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. In the grants world, we are calming down all of our other grants while we're gearing up our newest AP that is coming on board here in California. Very excited to do so. Working backwards, we had a webinar Thursday, April 9th. It was attended almost 500 people. It was 492, I think. We had 121 questions and answers that were posted last Friday. The webinar PowerPoint is there for that webinar, as is the recording and the questions and answers. So there's a lot of resources there regarding student teacher stipend program. Last Thursday at the commission meeting, if you were able to see it or be there, we had only 9 of us presenting on the program. which included staff, myself, Armajot Bering, who's our Director of Information Technology, Anita Fitzhugh, who's our Public Information Officer, of course, Adam Ibrahim, our Deputy Director, and then our partners in the field from Kern and our grants management system vendor, which is Linian, and our multimedia campaign individuals, which is Media Soul. And so there was a big to-do about the student stipend program, lots of information, lots of energy, and lots of questions, which were answered. So you'll be able to see that if you just want to peek at that at the commission meeting webinar recording. But wait, there's more. So moving forward, April 29th will be our next webinar. This particular webinar is focused on the actual online application. So our friends at Linian, I'll start it, say good morning. Here are our friends at Linian, and they will walk the participants at the webinar through the online system, what it looks like. The purpose of that, of course, is to inform the field, but also to have the field say, that doesn't look too bad. Because that's our intent, is that this particular grant program is streamlined, is accessible, is easier to do than most of our other programs at this time. So registration for that is on our Student Teacher Stipend Program page on the website. And then, and this is what I'm really excited about, we have regional learning sessions also planned. And these are smaller, more intimate sessions where you can come with your IEG or LEA partner, you can come alone, you can come learn more about the online application. The intent is to have a, I don't want to call it a dummy, they call it something fancy in the technology world, but it's a platform where you can really go in and muck around and play. It's like a sandbox. Thanks, Connie, but they even call it something fancier than sandbox. Where you can really go in and play around and in these learning sessions then with people there to help you, including individuals we're calling launch champions. So following the model of SRTAC, our statewide residency technical assistance center, where we have hubs, we have launch champions, people who are from their partners or triads from IG and LEA relationship partners. Who will be in these learning sessions and other former sessions moving forward, who can say, yeah, I tried that and here was my workaround, or yes, I did it, you can do it. They'll be in these learning sessions supporting the field as we go. So those registrations are also available on our website. They're Friday afternoons in May and some in June. So come join us. We're really excited about this. And of course, we launched July 1. That's it for me.
Very exciting. So $10,000, it's $100 million for each of the next 3 years. Or
Year 3 is 94 million.
Okay.
It's a long story, but yes, that's generally it.
just to remind people of the scope and size. So hopefully a lot of candidates will benefit from this. So
Indeed.
How does the institutional partnership become a launch champion?
We have selected our launch champions. They were friends in the field and people who've been early adopters, early people who were interested, and we just said, hey, you interested? And people said yes.
thank you. Very exciting.
Yeah, this is great first and foremost, and I love the idea of launch champions because it also regionalizes the approach. So just a hypothetical, if I'm a student and I'm gonna student teach the second semester, is it recommended that I apply as soon as I know that that's going to be the case for me that year, or should I wait? And I'm only asking because of the first come first serve piece.
Indeed. And you don't apply, friend, whatsoever. Your IHE and your LEA partners will apply on your behalf, right? And to help with the first come first served, this is big, friends. It's when the student teacher is in coursework and at the LEA doing the student teaching. That's when you can push the button. And the third piece, is when that student teacher has their certificate of clearance or their equal document that says, yes, you're allowed to be in classrooms with babies. So those are kind of three, I'm calling them guardrails. so that in July 1 at 12:01 a.m., you don't go in there to the system because unless that student teacher is student teaching in coursework in a classroom that day. So yeah, and has their certificate clearance, of
No,
course.
thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, one question.
Do we, since we got her here, do we have a timeline we're thinking? When I was at the webinar and you described to me the process of it okay, so the IHE submits, the LEA approves, and then it goes through the state process. Timeline. What sort of timeline are we thinking?
55 days,
Okay, yeah, that's
business days.
yes.
Yeah, and what Michelle's talking about, friends in the field and friends here, is that once the local education agency signs the grant award agreement, there are many, many, many steps to getting the check back to the LEA, right? Out to the LEA. So there are machinations here at the commission, and those go fairly quickly, even though staff is stretched, but those are, we really, let's get this done, right? We are about, let's get this done. And then the process goes out of our building. And bless their hearts, they take care of the whole state, right? For everything. And so that takes some time. And then long story short, it's about 55 days, business days.
That's a really good question.
And it may or may not be important to just say that the commission doesn't have any leverage over the state controller's office. So the process will take as long as it takes. But as Kara said, the internal process here will be as expedient as it can be. It's been streamlined to a T, I would say, but waiting on the state controller's office, we've all been there.
55 days is not bad at all. If you're doing
no.
a semester, you'll get it within the semester, so.
Yeah, I think you emphasized that the intent is it's supposed to help them during the time period in which they are student teaching, not after, not before, but during.
Correct. And so potentially they're already 55 days into their hearing.
Mhm.
So that's why guidance to the field is LEAs, as soon as you get that money, give it to them. It's better for you all because it's less work, one check, give it. And just support them while they're during their completion of their 500 of 600 required hours.
There really has been remarkable work from Kara and her team and the IT team and the contractors. I mean, this was just in last year's budget, or this current year budget. So the amount of work that's been done in just a few months is incredible. And so it's exciting to see that candidates will benefit from it. So
Absolutely.
It might be clunky this first year. We're just gonna smile and do our best and there are 2 more years after that, so we're very excited about the
Cash
potential.
is good cash for us.
yeah. Yep, doesn't matter. Cash is cash.
And Carol, one last question, and I apologize for not having attended is it just for traditional student teachers or is it accessible to student teachers? We have residency, we have interns, etc.
So interns are not eligible. Okay, they're getting a salary.
I figured, but
Right. Teacher residents, this is one's tricky because it's worded funny in authorizing legislation. Teacher residents who are not funded by teacher residency grant funds, supplied by the state of California. So if they're in a local program, right, they are eligible for this $10,000 stipend. It's sort of a nod to sustainability coming for teacher residency programs, right? But if they're already getting some sort of stipend or support from 44415.5, that money, then no. Because again, they're already getting support.
Figured that was the case, but thank you for that.
And I would be remiss, and Ibrahim might be watching, that apprentices are also eligible until they become teacher of record. I think that's it for the three groups.
Anything else, Kara?
Done for me.
And then I'll just turn it over to Erin for any other things.
Sure. I feel like it's been a while since I sat with you all, even though I know you just met. As Cheryl mentioned, the commission did meet last week. It was a really meaty meeting for policy items. So if you haven't had a chance or you don't have a chance to watch the recording, just at least looking through the items, I think is worthwhile. We did move 2 institutions through stage 3. So both Reach University and Arizona State University will be coming before you at some point between now and the end of the year, I'm sure, with their stage 4 proposals for their programs. So it's exciting for those institutions. The commission gave final full approval to 2 stage 5 institutions, so that's always lovely. So those folks have finished the IIA process. Congratulations if you're watching, and now they're part of our formal system. And so we welcome them for that. We gave an update on the AB 1119 project, which is the dual credentialing work group that we're doing. It's actually not a work group. We're doing something new for this one that we hope will be successful and will be a model that we may duplicate in the future, depending on the type of work that we're doing. But we're calling it a focused policy review. So it started internally with staff reviewing some things. We have a small project group that we're working with that includes folks from the field, Megan Gross, who has been involved with the SIP project, Kristen White at Sac County Office of Ed, who is an amazing education specialist, advocate, teacher, administrator, and also Nat Hansabata from CSU Long Beach that has long had an integrated gen ed and SPED credential program, along with Marquita Greno-Shire, who is not only our chair, but was one of the co-authors of a case report that's been kind of a bit of a foundation for this project. So we'll be doing a couple of things. We've got a survey out to the field right now, basically to institutions that offer both gen ed and SPED programs, to ask them if they're also offering integrated, and if so, how, right? Is it concurrent? Is it stacked? Is it truly integrated? And also, if you do have gen ed and SPED and you don't offer an integrated program, why not? So we're looking for, where are the hurdles? Where are the barriers? What can we do within standards, within TPEs, within that common trunk of the universal TPEs, whatever you want to call them? Are there places where we can make some changes, do some streamlining so that more institutions can offer a truly concurrent gen ed and SPED program, so that candidates that want it can pop out the other end with both credentials? But also keeping in mind that there's a lot of research right now. There's a lot of people who don't need research, so the people who are actually in the classrooms, in the field, that are seeing that as we've exited COVID, students are a lot different in the classrooms, and more teachers in gen ed settings probably need more preparation for dealing with students with some of these needs. And so perhaps more of what we typically considered as specialist preparation, perhaps more of that really does need to be pushed into gen ed. So that all remains to be seen, but those are some of the things that group is considering. And we have until March 1st of next year to bring some recommendations to the commission. In June, I will just say, looking forward, because I know I'm talking about the current meeting. In June, we'll have an update on the administrative services credential work group, and that will be a work group. We've had an application process open. Staff is doing a blind evaluation of the applicants, and we'll be bringing some recommendations for members of that work group forward to Mary and also to the chair. And then we will update on some other things in June. So look for that. We've got a longer timeline on that one. We have until September 1st, 2028. But we have a lot to do on that particular work group. We have to look at, should we have 2 different types of pathways to an admin services credential that maybe are different kinds of admin services credentials? We have to upgrade the admin services or update the admin services credential standards to include more content around literacy, more content around special education, and more content around early childhood education specifically. I'm sure other things will come there. And so along with all of that, we'll look at the CAPES, we'll look at the capsules, we'll probably look at the Cal APA, we'll probably look at an admin induction. So that's a big body of work. So we're very grateful to actually have that long running room to September 1st of 2028, because I think we're going to take all of that time, and maybe even then some after that to do that work. In addition, there were some things from the certification committee that I can't speak to in detail, but if you're interested in looking at that, they are continuing to move forward with some work that we were required to do after the Highlands audit, the Highlands Charter audit last year, which was to create maybe a little more robust sort of system around assignment monitoring, put some sanctions in place. At the moment, those sanctions look like some required support, some required training for institutions, for LEAs that are sort of looking like they're having kind of ongoing problems getting assignment monitoring done in a way that meets the law. And so we're looking to offer some support in terms of training for those institutions, and that is ongoing. That will come back again in June. I would just like to call folks' attention to the process in legislation. So we're about midway through. May revise will come out in May, usually about mid-May. That's where you'll see the next tweaks to trailer bill language. And of course, right now in trailer bill, we have some things like an additional $250 million for residencies. The commission will be in front of the Senate budget sub 1 on education. Budget committee tomorrow, actually, and they continue to have questions, these budget committees, about their investments in some of these grant programs. How are they going? So they're looking for a return on investment. Where's their money well spent? We continue to have obviously lots of great things to say about the residency programs because they're just fantastic programs, and the SR TAC and all of that is just going so well. There is an increased investment around that computer science grant program, which we have tried so hard to really get out the door, and we just haven't had the uptake that I know authors and supporters were hoping for. So they are proposing an increase to $6,000 per candidate and a reduction in that matching of LEAs, which has been a real struggle for LEAs. So we will continue to support that and hope that that gets through the legislative process. A late breaking bill was introduced last week. Well, it was introduced previously, but it was amended last week. Not sure if amendments are in print yet, but that bill is 2060. 2060 is going to be a grant program for mentor teachers, specifically mentor teachers for student teachers. So those mentor classroom teachers who are taking on a student teacher. There's not a lot of content there yet. There's a lot of intent. It explains who it's supposed to be for. That is upon appropriation, but it does not have a dollar amount in it yet. So we've been asked about that. We've offered technical assistance if those folks would like to have a conversation with us about how that might roll out. But it's early days. I haven't seen that it's in print yet, and we just heard about it basically late last Thursday evening or early Friday morning, right before agenda items were proposed. So that's out. I know that our Cal Council friends are very excited about that. I think probably they had a pretty heavy hand in getting that idea sort of really proposed and introduced while they were doing their SPAN workshops and they were doing their visits with lawmakers. So they're very excited about that. And we would be excited to see a little more content there so that we know how to really talk to programs about that. But it has been introduced. And I think really that's it. There's a lot. It's that time of year. There's a lot going on, lots of policy stuff going on. But the commission continues to be seen as a good place for state investments in educator preparation to be made. And we are, excuse me, it's a little spider on your shoulder.
For saving my life.
Right, to put your collar.
Thank you for preventing me from jumping up and looking very silly on camera.
Do I touch him on camera or do I just? Commission continues to be really honored to have those investments come to us. And we hope to continue to do this good work with the state in whatever way that we can.
So I actually thought you were probably going to nudge me because when you said mentor teachers, I got really excited, but then I kind of was thinking and a little bit more about first of all, my appreciation for everything that the legislation does for education, the funding for education. That is absolutely phenomenal. The work that Kara's team does, absolutely phenomenal. I watched the last budget meeting, the voice of Mary Vixie Sandy and Aaron Sullivan, watching them advocate for educators is phenomenal. But there's a missing piece of the pipeline. And you know what I'm going to say is that we prepare everybody to be hired. So you think about a pipeline. The pipeline goes up to the sink. But we need sinks. We need to have the teachers then supported because educator prep is a two-tier system. And we're pouring millions and millions and millions of dollars to prepare people, but there's not the funding of what happens once they're prepared. So when I heard mentor teachers, but then it was for the pre-service, right? So as much as we're in the legislative season, as much as we have advocates out there for us, I think there needs to be an examination of tier 2. How do we support induction programs? How do we support mentors and coaches for induction programs, teacher induction, administrator induction? And it's a missing piece of funding. And I know I'm not alone on this voice, but it comes with appreciation of the California Teaching Commission because the CTC is mentioning it. But as much as our legislative bodies can see, you have to have a pipeline of funding that leads to a continued pipeline of funding. And that just LEAs need that support, and LEAs include county offices of education and other continued prep. So when you wiped out the spider, I thought
I was saying, I'm sorry,
yes,
it's not yet.
not yet there, but and I know I'm probably not alone on that voice, but just for what it's worth, I thank you for what you're doing to advocate for the field of education. I thank the legislator for the millions that's going in. That is well deserved and should be there in addition to continued support, just as a perspective.
And I appreciate that. And I just want to say that, I think Cal Council and that SPAN session that they have, which is their policy session that they do in March every year and make those visits, the fact that has resulted in some success for them to be able to move some things forward, I think is a good example of pulling those legislative levers, right letters, whatever the levers are. Because it can make a difference. And I understand that, for instance, the Educator Excellence Block Grant is a pot of money that's been heavily used by LEAs to put some money behind the mentors that they need in induction. And that is going to be reauthorized this year, probably in some way. So if you have a group that can reach out and try to talk to your legislators, and don't be disappointed if all you get is the staff, because I will tell you, those staff stick around longer sometimes than the actual lawmakers. So having good relationships with legislative staff, there are people that I am working with in the policy committees that have been there since I was in government relations, and that was 15 years ago. So they stick around, they make a career out of it, and making good impressions and having good relationships with them and offering yourself as technical assistance. We would love to provide you with some technical assistance. If they can pick up the phone while they're writing a bill and ask you a question about, should we do this? What do you think about it? You can make things work for you in the moment. And it gives me goosebumps. It's really exciting how government can really work for you.
If you don't know, you can actually subscribe to the listserv for the subcommittee for education. The meetings like you're going to be in tomorrow. I learned a lot recently, kind of how that works, and watching the conversations. To do public comment, you have to be in person for public comment, but there's also ways that you can address comments towards those conversations through email. It is public record, but just learning about, we all have to be the continued voices of the constituents we serve. With, again, appreciation for what is there, but there's never enough, right? But it's also that balance of support. So,
and not to take up too much of your time, but I will, because you talked about there's a pipeline. There is increased focus, and some of it is going to start from within the commission in better tracking the pipeline of candidates, meaning we don't have solid data yet to show this, but there's preliminary evidence that shows that perhaps up to 40% sometimes of candidates that enroll in a teacher prep program don't complete. we would like to be able to better track why they don't complete or where they go or what's the what there, right? And then also the retention issue. People are starting to talk a lot more about retention because if you look at the teacher supply report, which was also released last year, 20,000 credentials issued. Now, some of those were out of state prepared, out of country prepared, but still a pretty good number issued from folks that were prepared in California. When you look at that up against the need, we're meeting the need, but we're not. We still know that there are shortages. We still have evidence that a lot of emergency type permits are being issued, that there's a lot of people out there on credential types that are not, a preliminary credential. And so if we're issuing enough credentials to meet the shortages that we're seeing, what is happening? Where are those folks going?
Well, and some of that doesn't take into account regional differences.
Absolutely.
So, I mean,
Yes.
that's, you don't necessarily go where the jobs are. You might go to your hometown, you might, so that regional impact is important.
Mhm.
And Cheryl, that sort of speaks to how these initiatives, bold and innovative, that are trying to fill gaps that we've known for a long time needed to be filled, whether postulated as such or not, are equity strategies. Retention is an equity strategy when you think of the areas where we need the most teachers, where someone can't afford to be a teacher, coupled with changes in just workforce education and that dynamic, where you don't have as many lifelong teachers as you did back in the day. Folks are exploring new career opportunities and options, but having ways of nailing some hammers, or nailing with a hammer the nails that you need to. So I thought you were actually brushing Pat's shoulder off on the good work. But I certainly think that we're at a crossroads where Aaron, you were talking about credential programs and perhaps offering two credentials in one, like, and making that expansive. And I think of how else can we create artifacts or tools that staff and members can sort of provide to really give that technical assistance that's even needed in our IHE programs to know that, hey, you can get something done and it's not going to be a heavy lift. And Pat, to your point, if you do it right, that person will feel like I really have a home in this career.
Yes.
At that point, I stick around a little bit longer or enough so that we don't have the retention ailments that we continue to.
And the only way to retain is to fund the school districts or county offices that now that person's employed in, and back to induction is the way to retain. So we have preparation, but we're missing retention. And retention is pouring money into school districts and county offices that support the newest educators. So that 20,000 credentials, now they're in the classroom, but what happens at that point? And funding needs to go to school districts, so, or county offices where the classrooms are. So.
Also,
I was just gonna mention the teacher supply in California, that report is gold. And I advocate that everyone open it, read it from year to year. I share it with everyone because when you read it, there's so much information and to be gleaned from it. And it really does help paint a picture about trends across the state. And so to your point, Erin, about the 20,000 credentials, I think another underlying factor is this consideration about why people, where they want to live, where they live, and where the needs are of their communities. You, in addition to large urban areas, you have really small rural areas where it's difficult to get people and keep them because they might be teaching 8 students, or there might be one school with 500 students. And so the considerations around the needs of the communities up and down this amazing, huge state are so varied, and yet we're trying to find one singular voice to speak for the needs of all of these communities, which are so varied and so different at the same time. So it's really complex.
It is. And if you do create a work group around this, I would really like to volunteer, because we have student workers that spend an entire year trying to track our alum from the day they leave until they get their job and then where they go next. And they spend full time. That's all they do, is trying to track where they're going, because there is no system.
Right.
It shows us where did they go. And we are asked all of the time, how many are employed? Where did they go? Where are they now? What have they achieved? And we are like, we have no system.
Yeah.
So it is our system. And so if you have a work group,
I will. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with the cradle to career data. Okay.
much.
So I know that they were supposed to lead with the educator dashboards and that didn't happen. Part of that is trying to get data in a systematic way from the private post-secondaries. It's easier with like the behemoth CSU, which seems like a behemoth, but they've got a funnel, and same thing with the UC. So I know that they're working on that. And in fact, Executive Director Sandy and I have a meeting with their executive director. I sit on their governing board as a because we're a data supplier for them. And you know, I recently said, so great, we've got these new dashboards out there. When can we start talking about the educator dashboards? Because they've pulled in an insane number, like 300,000 different data points already. So it's just building out those dashboards. I don't want to say if, when those get built, they're going to show a lot of that. In the meantime, we're adding some new data pieces, or we will be adding some new data pieces into our own, the educator credentialing system, the ECS, that get us early and often information about those candidates, what programs they're in, when they leave and go to another, so we can do a little bit better tracking. So I think there's a lot of momentum moving in that direction right now.
Fabulous.
Yeah, I think so too.
So we probably could talk about this until
Sorry.
2 o'clock. Because we're highly invested educators, but we do want to respect the time from other people coming today. Cheryl, is there or Aaron, anything else from the
No.
staff report? But thank you everyone for your voices and advocacy. This shows definitely the passion of why everyone's here and gathered today. And we want to move on now to some program approval recommendations, which is item number 6 on the agenda today. And we have 5 programs for approval today. And it's an exciting thing for today, just want to remind everybody, is that it was newly allowable for LEAs. We'll speak about LEAs and pipelines to be able to have now an intern pass program. So you're going to see some organizations today, because this is brand new, and they're at the forefront of being able to have these programs, LEAs and county offices of education. So that's some familiarity and background. And then for all institutions today, just that quick reminder, if you have a number of people who are going to be speaking today, if you could limit it to just those couple people, 2 to 3 minutes on speaking, so that our committee here can also have an opportunity to ask questions as well. So with that, first up is the Riverside County Office of Education. They've been in the wings here in person. So they're here to add an intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential. Joining us from the Riverside County Office of Education to answer any questions you may have are Ursula Estradas-Reveles, the RCOE School of Education Executive Director, Dr. Ronnie Henderson, Center for Administrator Preparation Director, Gwendolyn Green, Center for Administrative Preparation Program Administrator, Tanya Almeida, but are you just on the side? Okay, very good. I saw Tanya over there on the side from RCOE. So do we have any recusals on this item? We have a member, Hallis, recusing herself. And then this is an opportunity now for 1 or 2 institutional representatives who would like to share anything they would like about the proposed program. And good morning, and thank you for joining us in Sacramento from Riverside.
Absolutely. Good morning, committee members. My name is Dr. Ursula Estrada-Reveles, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of the School of Education at Riverside County Office of Education. I do want to take a moment to introduce Dr. Casillas, who is one of our credential analysts who supports the program as well. And so I'm pleased to be here representing Riverside County. Of course, I want to take a moment to just acknowledge the Committee on Accreditation for your consideration of this proposal. In particular, we're very grateful to Kiyomi Meeker for her help and support throughout the process. And on that note, I want to, of course, extend our deep gratitude to our County Superintendent, Dr. Edwin Gomez, for his ongoing support and leadership. We know and are aware that without that, we would not be here today. And on that note, I will pass it to Dr. Ronnie Henderson to share about the program.
Thank you, Dr. Estrada-Reveles, and good morning. I want to thank the committee members for consideration of the RCOE PASC intern pathway proposal. So the PASC intern pathway was intentionally designed to preserve the rigor and the integrity of our current approved PASC program, including a full sequence of coursework aligned to the CAPES, diverse job-embedded fieldwork experiences, and completion of all 3 cycles of the Cal APA. In addition, the intern pathway includes 2 enhanced components of support that are essential to preparing candidates as they assume roles in an internship capacity. So first, all candidates complete a pre-service module in the Model Code of Ethics for Educators prior to being recommended for their past intern credential. This experience is purposefully aligned to CAPE number 5, Ethics and Integrity, and includes structured pre-work, focused professional learning, and opportunities for candidate reflection. The pre-service experience ensures that leaders enter roles with strong foundations in ethical decision-making, professional responsibility, and reflective practice. Second, candidates in the intern pathway are supported through structured coaching, component grounded in a growth-focused partnership. Each candidate is paired with a veteran administrator employed and trained by RCOE who facilitates reflection and supports leadership development in real time as candidates step into these roles. Coaches are assigned outside of the candidate's employing district to preserve the integrity of the confidentiality, of the coaching relationship. Together, these components reflect a purposeful approach, one that ensures candidates are both prepared before they begin and they are supported as they grow in their leadership roles. In closing, the RCU Past intern pathway reflects our commitment to expanding access while maintaining the rigor and integrity of our approved past program. It is intentionally designed to develop effective, ethical, and culturally responsive leaders who have a positive impact on their schools and communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing this morning, and for the record, good morning, Member Hillis. We shared earlier you'd be coming in, so glad you made it safely. We'll now open for public comment. As a reminder, if there are members of the public that would like to provide a comment, please notify the meeting moderator by submitting a request card by clicking on the raise hand icon if participating through Zoom, or by pressing *9 if participating by phone, and comments will be limited to 2 minutes. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
And just verify, Member Hillis, we're on RCOE. Are you needing to recuse yourself on? Okay, very good. Just want to make sure. Now with this, an opportunity for any of our committee members to ask any questions of the representatives from RCOE. We have Member Leggett.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for delivering such a substantial program. But as we all know, once our interns are in the program, they must pass the Cal APA. So can you share more insights into what support systems you have for them?
So I want to begin by saying we have an incredible pass rate for our Cal APA. I was actually on the design team for the Cal APA. And so Ronnie, I'll pass it to you to talk about the level of support to candidates.
Absolutely. So we do have 100% pass rate, which we're very excited about. We also score in the individual rubrics much higher than the state average. So we do attribute that to our amazing system of support. So we have a Cal APA, we have a past lead who also serves as the Cal APA coordinator. All of our Cal APA support personnel have been trained on all the cycles of the Cal APA. So we have an embedded model where even throughout our coursework, candidates are being exposed to the different steps within the Cal APA process. They also take, at the beginning of each of the Cal APA cycles, they take a workshop. And then we actually evaluate candidates' progress through the construction of their Cal APA submissions so we can know if they need additional support. So we have a support system where either instructors or the Cal APA support providers can provide a referral to additional support. And ultimately, all of our candidates who complete our program pass Cal APA, and really it's designed to get them to completion with cycle 3 prior to the completion of the program. So everything is set for them when we do the recommends.
And if I could add to that, for us, it's about more than Cal APA. It's about preparing candidates to be successful as building leaders. And we feel that this is a good and solid approach to accomplishing that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Appreciate you sharing that the Cal APA is not about an exam, it's about the content and how you can process the information, and that's handled through the examination. So 100% success rate means that they're prepared to be school administrators, not that they're prepared for an exam. So thank you for acknowledging and connecting that.
Thank you.
Member Cervantes and then Member Campbell. Member Campbell, then Member Cervantes.
Thank you. First, I want to say that your materials were so clear and really easy to navigate, and I just appreciated that so much. I think I read that the mentor will be the administrator on the campus where the intern is working. So that leads me to ask, what positions are your intern, will they be in where there is an administrator on campus available to be that mentor?
Yeah, so they're assigned a fieldwork supervisor who is, in most cases, their direct supervisor. These folks have to meet minimal requirements. They have to have been administrator at least for 5 years and at least at the principalship level. And that person's there to really create access for the candidates to have those diverse fieldwork experiences, exposure to being able to gather data, setting up the opportunities for PCs or building a shared vision or working with a group on a problem of practice, and then of course coaching a teacher. So all of these are done through the fieldwork supervisor. The additional layer of support is a coach that is an RCOE trained and assigned coach that actually does the mentorship. So they can also support things like Cal APA. They can also help a candidate work through a problem of practice they're having through a fieldwork scenario that they're working on. But those are the layers of support that we have in place for candidates.
Yeah, no, mine's kind of a follow-up, but it's really on measuring that differential impact of the intern pathway compared to your traditional PASC route. And really like maybe going beyond that, the impact on not just the candidate completion, but on the school level outcomes since they are working there. And so what are some things you're looking at in order to do that? Is it staff stability, student success, et cetera? It's like you're looking at the actual site and what's happening there versus just the candidate.
Right. So again, that's an opportunity. I think the Cal APA provides the perfect opportunity for that, to look at and study a gap that might be occurring on campus with a particular student group, using data, evaluating data, we're looking at potential root causes, developing a plan, putting that plan in place, reflecting on the outcomes of that plan. I think those are all layers to how we build a system that gives those opportunities to all candidates, whether they're an intern or whether they're in our traditional program. Again, I think the exciting part about what we're going to do with the interns is that additional layer of mentorship and coaching that can help them in real time, just in time, kind of support for a candidate that would be and really grounded in the capsules and really grounded in outcomes for students.
Director Sullivan had no looking. And we have my co-chair Bogdanovich.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
And thank you for being here. I did have a question. We know that teacher retention is very low right now and teacher turnover, as well as administrative turnover and retention. How do you plan on ensuring that administrative retention is in place and you continue that pipeline within the district?
If I could just
Sure,
quickly sidebar
absolutely.
too. So we're a Delphi grant recipient. And so those candidates, we have, I think, 7 who are in schools.
Yeah, in our first cohort, we had 13 that have earned their PASC and 7 have already entered the field as administrators.
And so that's with continued support. So
Mhm.
I'll pass it to Ronnie to finish that up.
Yeah, so that's exciting. What we do through the Delphi program actually allows us to continue to support candidates even past job, being awarded a job in a school district as a leader. We're able to continue with them through the funding, through we do affinity group work, we do communities of practice. This is also something we do with all of our candidates, no matter whether they're a Delphi grant recipient or not. We have opportunities through COPs that we do both in our PASC program and our CAS program. And what we find is that our candidates build a network in a community. And most of our candidates that complete the PASC program with RCOE, once they do obtain an administrative position, they come through our CAS program. So we're able to continue that continuity of program through their induction process, and we keep them connected. We have newsletters. We continue to reach out to them. We collect data to see if they've stayed in the profession, and then also continue to send out professional development opportunities, training, and things like that to continue to connect to our community of leaders.
And at the end of the day, I really do feel like for interns in particular, remember, they have the support of their district. They're hired by their district. And so there's a high level of belief in this individual. And so I think that in and of itself speaks to their potential longevity as an administrator.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? This is a approval item. Do we have any motions? If there are no other questions, I would to add an intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential program for the Riverside County Office of Education. Member Cervantes.
Motion to add an intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential program for Riverside County Office of Education.
Do we have a second? Member Hall? At this point, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Congratulations, motion carries. Thank you very much. I believe Member Hickey, our first program, right, of Administrator Hickey for a past program intern for an LEA.
I think LAUSD was before.
LAUSD.
LAUSD. You're number two.
Number two.
Number two. So well done. To hit the ground running. We wish you the best and thank you for leading with ethics and integrity. We appreciate that. Have a great rest of your day.
Everyone, have a great rest of your day.
He was nice. We just saw Jason.
So with that, we're going to go to our second institution, which is the Madera County Superintendent of Schools, adding an intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential pass program. Joining us today from the Madera County Superintendent of Schools to answer any questions about the program are Jason Murcott, Director, Credential Certification Programs, and Linda Igo, Program Director, Leadership Development and Support Services. Do we have any recusals on this item? My co-chair, Bogdanovich, any other recusals on this item? So with that, thank you for joining us today. And we would like, if you would, anyone from your institution like to say anything about your proposed program. Good morning and thank you for joining us.
Well, good morning. And first of all, I would like to thank the commission for having us. We were just there in October as we received accreditation for our Bridges to Leadership program, as well as our added authorization. So primarily, we are hoping to offer an internship based on the great need of administrators throughout our county as well as throughout the state. Currently, we have 10 candidates in our program who are administrators who are serving as administrators on the admin waiver credential. And we know and understand that the intern credential creates more formality for that. It's an easier process for our partnering districts to apply for that credential as well as to maintain that credential. It's not something that needs to be renewed every year in regards to proving that they've made progress in a program. That's one of the reasons. And so we're excited to offer that opportunity because I feel it makes it a more seamless process for everyone involved. But, through Bridges to Leadership, we offered a program that is, specifically throughout the state of California in our online format, and then throughout Madera County in our face-to-face. But it's a program that supports our districts that are affected by the shortage of qualified administrators and candidates, especially those districts with unique school designs and rural locations. As you can imagine, Madera County, we have one large district and the rest are very rural. So they're struggling finding candidates or administrators. So a lot of times they're putting those candidates on that waiver program. Although the BTL Pass program intern pathway will be very similar to the current program and the traditional pass program design, intern candidates will be provided with additional support in addition to their fieldwork supervisor, which is local, meaning usually within their district or at their school site. They will all be assigned an intern supervisor who will be myself or Linda Igo. We work obviously with the program, and the goal of that is to support them throughout the completion of the program. We'll differentiate our support according to the needs of the intern, the needs of the district, which will include progress monitoring, one-to-one coaching, consulting, research gathering, and coursework support. We feel that we have a very robust program. We have a very high success rate with Cal APA Passage. We had been invited to present at the Meredith Fellows Symposium several times because of the passage rate of our Cal APA and just the support that we provide our candidates. So we're excited to offer this opportunity. It expands our program, but offers additional support to those current candidates who are currently administrators.
Thank you so much for sharing a little bit about your program. Are there any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
At this time, it's an opportunity for our committee members if you have any questions for our representatives who are here today. If there are no questions, this is an opportunity to add a motion as an approval item for their intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential. We have Member Hall.
I move to approve that we allow the Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools to add an intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential program.
Thank you, Member Hall. Do we have a second on that? And I saw Member Jones. With that, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations on the approval of your intern pathway. Well done.
Awesome. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
And we wish you the very best as you move the program forward. Thank you.
All right. Have a great day.
You too as well. Thank you. We're now on our third item, and I was just reminded that our agenda, we're getting a little bit behind because we're having such wonderful conversations and continue to ask questions and share. We're still on item number 7, and we have a program coming in at 10 o'clock for item 10. So just as a FYI. With that, we're going to our third institution is University of the Pacific, adding the California Teachers of English Learners. Joining us today from the University of the Pacific to answer any questions you may have about their program are Dr. Debbie Azevedo, who's the Director of Field Experiences, Dr. Belkis Choisel Proslin, and my apologies if I didn't say your name correctly, Teacher and Education Program Lead. Do we have any recusals on this item? With that, we want to thank you, and my apologies again on mispronouncing your name, Dr. Proslin. Would you do we have one more person joining us, or was it just be you today?
Dr. Azevedo should be in the room as well.
Okay, we're going to pause a moment, make sure that they're able to join us. We want to definitely make sure that we have everyone from the institution. Oh, excellent. Perfect. All right. So this is an opportunity for you to speak about your proposed program. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. And you did a really good job with my name.
Thank you, but I appreciate
I'm
that.
Belkis Choisel Praslin, the Teacher Education Program Lead at University of the Pacific. We have been working to integrate and create the California Teachers of English Learners CTEL authorization program within University of the Pacific's current offerings. We have had over the years students inquiry on whether or not we offer a CTEL. And once we really took a look at what would be required to offer a CTEL and do it correctly and do it right, we realized that it was within our capacity. So we've been working towards creating this and offering it to any interested teachers and students that we have.
Thank you. Dr. Acevedo, is there anything you wanted to add?
Yes, hi. My name's
Good morning.
Dr. Debbie Azevedo. I'm the Director of Field Experiences at the University of the Pacific. I support all mentors and supervisors within our program. I'm excited to hopefully be approved to offer this CTEL authorization and really support those students in getting mentors that can really align with the program standards and ensure that our English language learners in our schools are getting that level of support that goes beyond just what a designated ELD program would offer.
Thank you so much for sharing. Now is an opportunity for public comments. Do we have any public comments on this item? This is the opportunity now for our committee members. Any questions you have for our representatives today?
Patrick, would you like me to address the concern you have?
Absolutely, yes.
So one of the concerns that he brought to me privately was that UOP had not turned in their preconditions and it's listed in the later item. Those have been turned in. So just to clarify, that is not an issue any longer.
And thank you for that. And thank you for turning in your preconditions. That was imperative for today. So we appreciate that. Thank you, Administrator Hickey. With that, this is a item for an opportunity for approval. Is there any motion then if there are no questions? Yeah, Member Jones.
I move that we approve the University of the Pacific to offer California Teachers of English Learners CTEL authorization program.
We have a second on that motion. We have Member Hallis. At this time, all those in favor, if you please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. We wish you the very best for this much needed program in our state.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day and thank you so much. Our fourth institution is the Sacramento County Office of Education, who are adding or proposing to add a bilingual authorization in Spanish. Joining us today from the Sacramento County Office of Education to answer any questions you may have about the program are Shanine Coates, the Executive Director for the School of Education, Ben Odell, the Director of the School of Education, Graciela Garcia Torres, the Director of Multilingual Education, and Dr. Jaime Bonato, the Coordinator of the School of Education. Are there any recusals on this item? There are none, and we're gonna make sure we got everybody here. Looks like we have them joining. One more person.
Ben's not able to join, so.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. We appreciate that. At this opportunity, if one or two representatives would like to share just a brief explanation or anything you'd like to share about your proposed program.
Thank you so much, committee. I'm happy to. My name is Shanine Coates. I'm the Executive Director of the School of Education for the Sacramento County Office of Education. Thank you for having us and thank you for reviewing our proposal for the bilingual authorization program. Today, as you've stated, I have with me Dr. Jaime Bonato and Graciela Garcia Torres. As a team, this has been a meaningful project for us. It's a cross-departmental effort between the multilingual department and our School of Education. We are excited to bring this program to our region to support the need for teachers who hold bilingual authorizations. If approved, this credential will exist in our intern teacher program and offer an opportunity for both teacher interns and credentialed teachers to obtain this authorization. I'll turn it back over to the committee.
Thank you so much. It's also an opportunity for public comments. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
All right, thank you. Now it's an opportunity for any of our committee members. If you have any questions you have for the institution. Yeah, Member Hallis.
Just thank you for turning in a very well-structured submission. I do wonder if you could talk a little bit more just about fieldwork. I do like how your log gave for different choices and options, especially for intern teachers to maybe get some of those required hours, but just maybe how you're going to front load that with your district partners and agency partners to make sure it's not an undue burden for them to get those hours.
I'll turn that over to Dr. Bonato.
Thanks. So we took a lot into consideration as we developed that field work experience, and we decided to have it follow along with the coursework. So there's a foundations course and then a course in the target language. And we have the fieldwork experience as an additional course also, which is guided by a faculty member who serves as an advisor. We will have memorandums of understanding with our partner districts. So we will have those districts work right alongside with us. Also, Graciela Garcia Torres has strong connections, not only in Sacramento County, but across the state of California with a lot of dual immersion programs. So we feel we have access to a lot of partners that we can place our teachers in great classrooms to do some awesome observations and get some clinical practice. So that was our thinking behind it. And that clinical experience will run concurrently with our coursework. And so assignments that are assigned in the courses, such as observing or writing a lesson or teaching a lesson, can also be done through that field work with with an advisor there to help find that placement and set up those experiences.
Great connection. Thank you.
Yeah, Member Cervantes.
Yeah, no, thank you. I really appreciate the practice-based structure and concurrent option. This is great. One question, it's always a point of curiosity, and it sort of builds off of Member Hallis's question, but it's really about the vetting of the dual immersion programs or teachers that you're looking to partner with. If we do a little bit of reflection in the state, because we've oscillated in having bilingual education and then at times not, the training and development, folks have learned to ride this bike in different ways, sometimes the wrong way. And so my question really and curiosity is on the vetting of mentors or anybody supporting the candidates, just to ensure that you are accounting for not only the linguistic proficiency, but really alongside that pedagogical skill that we know is needed, so that we're preparing candidates to ride this bike the right way from the beginning. Not that, we don't want them to be bold and innovative and creative as they're learning to ride the bike. Okay, I'll drop the bike thing, but to give y'all a chance to answer that.
So our mentors, one of the requirements is they must hold a bilingual authorization. And Graciela is there to help guide us and her department as we find those mentor teachers. We also are requiring a orientation for all mentor teachers of our program and the expectations. And so that will orient them with what we're looking for. And so they'll get to see the philosophy of our program and what the course content entails so that they can best support our candidates.
We have Member Campbell.
Yeah, hi, I'm Connie. Thank you for turning in your clear submission. I have a follow-up question to that about the 20 hours of field work. I wondered if the mentor, the supervisor of the intern, has any role in these 20 hours of field work. And similarly, is there any assessment of practice and the implementation of practice in those 20 hours in the BILA setting in particular?
Yeah. Thank you guys for asking all these awesome questions. We have really thought through this fieldwork experience piece, and the fieldwork experience is also in a course. And by the end of the course, our candidates will have developed a portfolio, and that portfolio will include an assessment piece, which will be assessed by both their mentor teacher. So we'll be getting feedback from them, but also the field work supervisor. So those could be two different people. So what we're going to have a mentor in the classroom whose classrooms they can be visiting and teaching alongside, but we're also going to have an instructor running that course as an advisor who will also be giving feedback. And ultimately it's assessed through a portfolio that goes through all of the BTPEs to make sure that that candidate is coming out with all of those strong foundation understandings and ready to support our students in a bilingual setting.
Co-Chair Pagomich.
Hi, thank you for being here this morning. This is also in the clinical practice and fieldwork section, where it talks about progress monitoring and programmatic support. You have that they will be, candidates will be informed of their progress, but not how, like specifically, and also programmatic support beyond them being told that they're falling below a certain grade. How are you actually supporting them if they need, support academically or otherwise?
So what we'll do is we'll model it off of what we're doing currently in our intern program. So through our intern program, we're monitoring their progress in coursework through checking their grades, their assignments. We'll also be checking their progress on their portfolio and checking in with their mentor and their instructors. If we're noticing that someone is falling behind, what we typically do is we first reach out and see what we can do as a program. If someone's having a special need that we can best support in. If they don't know, then we'll step in and say, here's what we're going to propose. We meet with probably, or right now what we meet is with the program coordinator or program director, and we come up with a plan of action on how to increase that support. So if the candidate might need more support with another, perhaps we set up additional classroom observations for them, or we're giving them more support hours or more coaching hours. So we're making sure that they're making progress towards those BTPEs. And so we are happy to step in and do a wraparound support as best we can.
Do you have a formal system in place for this?
So we do have a formal system. If we're noticing that someone's falling behind, we can place them on academic probation. And what that typically entails is they're a meeting with the coordinator or director, and we come up with a plan where we outline what needs to be done by the candidate and by what date, and what that will look like in order for them to continue and progress. And then we come back and we check in and see has progress been made. If it has, awesome. We decide if we want to keep supports or if we're going to drop those supports, or if we need to do more intervention and what we can change to better support our candidate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? This is an action item. If no other questions, is there a motion to approve the bilingual authorization in Spanish for the Sacramento County Office of Education? Member Hallis?
I move to approve the bilingual authorization in Spanish for the Sacramento County Office of Education.
We have a second. Member Hall? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you so much for bringing this program.
Thank you.
We wish you the absolute very best.
I would just like to, I would be remiss. We often are in need of bilingual folks with bilingual background as reviewers. So now that you've been through this process, I would just say if you are open to the idea of reviewing other programs, maybe doing a site visit, please reach out to us.
I'm happy to help as much as I can.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we appreciate that. We are a community of educators who are collaborative together. So thank you for supporting others in the journey. We appreciate that. Our next institution is the Las Virgenes Unified School District, adding an intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential. Joining us today from the Las Virgenes Unified School District to answer any questions, we have Ms. Jessie Sweeney, the program coordinator, Ms. Megan Jones, the program coordinator, and Ms. Megan Camacho, program coordinator. Do we have any recusals on this item? We have Member Hillis. Any other recusals? It looks like we're waiting for one more person. Are we going to be joined by the third person this morning?
Miss Jessie Sweeney is not going to join us, but Miss Megan Jones will be joining us.
Excellent. And so we will wait for.
She should be an attendee on here.
Perfect. And looks like there she is. Thank you so much for letting us know. Looks like we have everybody here. At this time, would one or two institutional representatives like to say anything about your proposed program?
Yes, I'm happy to. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Dr. Valerie Lathian, and I serve as the program director for the Las Virgenes Unified School District's credentialing program within the Center for Educational Excellence. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Commission on Accreditation for your time, expertise, and thoughtful consideration of our proposal. We are seeking approval to add the intern pathway to our existing preliminary administrative services credential program. This addition is a strategic and timely response to the growing need for effective school leaders within our region. The Las Virgenes Unified School District's proposed intern pathway within the PASC program is designed to address this need by allowing candidates to earn their administrative credential while actively serving in administrative roles, thereby supporting districts in developing and retaining leadership talent from within. Importantly, the intern pathway will maintain the same rigorous standards, coursework, and alignment to leadership expectations as our existing program, ensuring consistency in credential outcomes while increasing flexibility and access. Candidates will receive intensive structured support through mentorship from experienced administrators, ongoing support from Cal APA coaches, and embedded coaching throughout the program. This combination of job-embedded practice and targeted guidance ensures that interns are well prepared to lead effectively while meeting all credentialing requirements. We are proud of the strength of our existing program and excited about the opportunity to expand access through this intern pathway. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you so much for all of you being here today. It's now an opportunity. Do we have any public comment on this item?
There are no public comments.
So it's an opportunity for any of our committee members, if there are any questions or anything you'd like to ask of the institution. This is a action item. Do we have a motion to approve the intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential for the Las Virgenes Unified School District? And I saw in the corner of my eye Member Cervantes, so I'll call on you.
I motion that we add the intern pathway to an existing preliminary administrative services credential program at Las Virgenes Unified School District.
I saw a second by Member Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations once again to another program that now has an intern pathway to a PASC program. We wish you the absolute best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting our newest school leaders.
Thank you.
That, we're gonna move on to item number 7. Next couple items should be quicker items so we can get to our first institution. And for our institutions waiting out there, we do apologize, but thank you so much for your patience waiting in the wings. Item number 7 is the report of program status changes. If you could please, for our committee, take a moment to make sure you're opening the agenda insert on this item. This item is divided into 2 parts. Part 1 is items for action, and part 2 is items for notification that require no action. In section A of part 1 are the program withdrawals. Section A is for action. There are 2 program sponsors withdrawing 4 programs. First, we have CSU Los Angeles. Are there any recusals on that item? And then UC Berkeley, are there going to be any recusals? We could carry them together. Okay, good. So for CSU Los Angeles, Specialist Teaching, Reading, and Literacy Added Authorization, effective May 1st, 2026. Specialist Teaching, Reading, Literacy, Leadership Specialist Credential, May 1st, 2026. And UC Berkeley Designated Subjects, Adult Education, effective April 27, 2026. And Designated Subjects, Career Technical Education, effective April 27, 2026. This is an opportunity to ask if there are any public comments.
There are no public comments.
And for our committee with any questions or anything you wanted to share. If there are no questions, we would like to see if there's a motion to approve the withdrawal request from both CSU Los Angeles and UC Berkeley. Member Liggett?
I move to approve the withdrawal of the programs at Cal State University Los Angeles, Specialized Teaching, Reading, and Literacy Added Authorization, and Specialist Teaching, Reading, and Literacy Leadership Specialist Credential, and UC Berkeley, Designated Subjects, Adult Education, Designated Subjects, Career Technical Education.
Thank you so much. Do we have a second on her motion? We have Member Hillis. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. So motion carries. Thank you so much. Part B is professional preparation programs requesting reactivation. There are no programs requesting reactivation at this time. And part C is adding a new content area to an existing program. And we have one institution requesting to add a new content area to their existing program, the University of California, San Diego Single Subject Social Science. We have a representative from UC San Diego. If you have any questions related to the program, Dr. Jean Lee, Director of Teacher Education, and Dr. Allison Black, Lecturer and Supervisor of Teacher Education. For our University of California, San Diego, will there be any recusals on this item? There are none. We have our institutional representatives here. So would either of you like to say a little bit about your program? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Allison Black. I am a supervisor currently for English Language Arts, but I also have a background in social sciences. And so we're really excited about this addition. We've had a lot of students from the history and other social science majors asking about this credential. And so we're effectively adding it on to a program where we already have an existing secondary credential pathway, and we have English language arts, mathematics, sciences, and world languages. And so this will be a great addition for those students at UCSD who are excited about history, social sciences, and we have some school partners ready to go as well who are looking forward to having some of our candidates in their classrooms.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
Thank you. Are there any questions from any of our committee members of the institution? There are no questions. This is an item for action. Would there be a motion then? We have Member Cervantes.
Yeah, motion to add the new content area to an existing program for the University of California, San Diego, single subject social science.
Thank you. Is there a second? I saw Member Hall. All those in favor, if you could please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Well, congratulations. Passes unanimously. Motion carries. Thank you so much. We wish you the best. And those students who are ready are going to be excited with that decision. We wish you the best moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here today. I'm now going to pass over part 2, sections D and E. We're going to kind of co-chair this together. So Co-Chair Bogdanovich.
All right, the next two sections, D and E, are for notification purposes only. No action will be required. Section D, programs transitioning. Commission staff is in the process of receiving and reviewing transition documents from the speech language pathology programs, and we will bring the list of those transitioning when that process is complete, most likely in June. Section E is programs moving to inactive status. This is an information item. There are 3 institutions requesting to move 5 programs to inactive status. CSU San Bernardino, designated subjects, special subjects, effective April 22nd, 2026. Designated subjects, supervision and coordination, effective April 22nd, 2026. Pasadena Unified School District teacher induction effective April 21st, 2026. And I'll pass it back to Patrick.
Thank you. And we also have the University of Massachusetts Global, UMass, Education Specialist added authorization, early childhood special education effective April 21st, 2026. Education Specialist preliminary early childhood special education effective April 21st, 2026. Item number 8 is the initial program approval for new program sponsors, and there are no requests for program approvals for new program sponsors at this time. And I'm passing it back now to Co-Chair Bogdanovich.
All right, item 9. Item 9 is discussion of institutions not in compliance with accreditation timeliness or timelines. Well, both. Administrator Cheryl Hickey will present this item. Please begin, Ms. Hickey.
Yeah, this will be quick. So as I mentioned, the University of Pacific is listed here as we were waiting their preconditions. Those have been submitted, so we're all good there. San Diego Christian University was the only institution to not have turned in their SB 488 documents, which I think we updated you last time. Those documents are expected today. And their program is actually going to close. So it was sort of this weird kind of situation, but they will close as of December 31st of this year. Just they're in the process of teaching out their current candidates. So we've been working with them and hopefully we'll receive those documents today. So that's my update.
Thank you. Item 10. Item 10 is the report on the accreditation site visit team to Tulare COE. Consultants Dr. Elizabeth De Los Santos and Jake Schuler will present this item. They are joined by team lead Tanya Almeida and institutional representative Dr. George Rodriguez, administrator, new teacher and leadership development. Does anyone need to recuse themselves? All right, thank you for being here. Dr. De Los Santos, will you begin, please?
Thank you. Good morning. It is my pleasure to co-present the site visit report for Tulare County Office of Education with my colleague and the lead consultant on the site visit, Jake Schuler. The visit took place virtually from March 8th through 11th, 2026. A total of 603 interviews were conducted, and the visit proceeded in accordance with all normal accreditation protocols. We would like to sincerely thank the team from Tulare County Office of Education for their thorough preparation for the visit and timely response to requests for additional information and documentation from the site visit team. We really enjoyed working with this amazing team to prepare for the visit. And now I will turn over to Jake.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to Elizabeth. We've gotten to work on 2 site visits together this year, and it's such a pleasure to work with her. So thanks for all of your hard work and partnership on the visit, Elizabeth. The team at Tulare County Office of Ed was led by Dr. George Rodriguez on the screen there. Hi, George. Good to see you. And he doesn't have the rest of his team on, but we want to make sure we thank Courtney Kirchman, Vang Tao, and Michelle, and all the rest of the support staff and team that was on the visit from Tulare. They really do have a dream team led by George, and it was really wonderful to work with them and get to know them throughout the year. Also, thank you to Tanya Almeida, our fearless leader. She was a great team lead and a great leader throughout the process. I'm going to stop there and turn it over to Tanya for some comments and to tell us about the accreditation recommendation.
Thank you, Jake. So to mirror what Elizabeth and Jake have already shared, I want to extend gratitude to our review team that included Patricia Pernin, who was our Common Standards reviewer, program reviewers, Sue Huckelson, Kelly Daly, Lori Call, Nanette Frischman, Elizabeth Heinberger, and Denise Duval. And thank you to the CTC staff, Jake and Elizabeth. The team brought professionalism, expertise, and care to every interview and every finding. I also want to extend our gratitude to the Tulare County Office of Education's new teacher and development unit, especially their leadership, unit administrator, program manager, staff, and the hundreds of candidates and mentors and community partners who gave their time to speak to us. And as Elizabeth mentioned, there were over 600 interviews across the visit, which really spoke to the institution's care and quality of the work they put together for us. Sorry, my voice is a little off today. So based on our thorough review of all institutional and program documentation, the full scope of interviews conducted, and the accreditation team is unanimous in its recommendation of accreditation with stipulations for Tulare County Office of Education. This recommendation reflects an institution that is strong, mission-driven, and doing meaningful work across a large and diverse region. The stipulations we are recommending speak to areas where the evidence available during the visit was not yet sufficient to demonstrate fully consistent practice, but not a lack of commitment or effort. Before moving into the findings, I'd like to share some of what stood out to our team, because there is genuinely a great deal to celebrate. The mission alignment with the communities Tulare County Office of Education serves was immediately apparent. 54% of new teacher and leadership development candidates identify as Hispanic or Latinx, closely mirroring the student populations they are being prepared to teach. And that's not accidental. It really reflects a purposeful recruitment and deep commitment to equity and access in educator preparation. The candidate support structures across all programs were robust and every indication working. Candidates consistently told us that they felt seen, heard, and supported. One candidate put it this way: "I've never taught a day in my life before this, and now I feel like I'm running a really good program because of the schooling I've received. I don't know what it would look like without this program." We were also impressed by the culture of responsiveness to feedback. So advisory board members, district partners, and candidates alike described an institution that not only asks for input, but acts on it. That kind of culture is the foundation of genuine continuous improvement. The candidate outcome data speaks for itself. Multiple subjects and single subject programs are achieving Cal TPA pass rates well above state averages, and the Education Specialist Program reported a 100% pass rate on submitted teaching performance assessments in both the 2023-24 and 24-25 program years. And finally, across many programs, the accessibility of program leadership was a reoccurring theme, and candidates, mentors, and district partners frequently described being able to reach program managers and staff when they needed support. So all 5 common standards were found to be met. Within Common Standard 1, one area was identified as inconsistent: the systematic documentation of faculty and instructional personnel qualifications across all 4 required areas. And within Common Standard 3, one area of inconsistency was identified: site-based supervisors are not being evaluated and recognized in a systematic manner across all programs. Both of these inconsistencies are reflected in the stipulations that I'm getting to. So the program findings for preliminary multiple subject and single subject, all program standards were met. Education specialist, mild to moderate, support needs and extensive support needs, all program standards were met. Early childhood special education, all program standards met with one exception: program standard 3 met with concerns. The team did not find sufficient evidence that all program supervisors hold expertise in early childhood special education, or that all district employed supervisors hold a clear ECSE credential. We understand this is a known challenge finding ECSE credentialed supervisors. It's a challenge statewide, and the program manager has identified it as a clear priority. Teacher induction, all program standards met with one exception: program standard 1 met with concerns. While the program has caring and dedicated mentors, well-organized, individualized learning plan process, the evidence did not fully demonstrate a consistently robust system that was focused on mentoring. A significant representation of candidates and mentors described the ILP process at times as feeling more procedural than supportive or developmental. And the program is already aware of this and has modifications planned for the fall of 2026. Career technical education, all program standards met with one exception: program standard 5 met with concerns. The evidence did not demonstrate that all career technical education practicum supervisors are receiving formal training and supervision and support of beginning teachers, or that their service to new teachers is being systematically evaluated. This is a structural gap with a clear path forward. Preliminary services credentials, all program standards met with 2 exceptions. Program standard 5 met with concerns. The evidence did not fully demonstrate that candidates are being prepared to understand the role of schools in supporting K-12 students in civic responsibility. Program standard 8 met with concerns. Interview responses suggested variability in the consistency of the guidance and feedback system between supervisors, instructors, and candidates, indicating that those coordinated structures could be strengthened. And clear admin services, all program standards were met with one exception: program standard 3 met with concerns. The evidence did not demonstrate that coaches receive ongoing training, that the quality of coaching services is regularly assessed, or that a clear procedure exists for reassigning coaches when needed. Several coaches also noted that direct communication from the program, particularly during a period of leadership transition, was limited. More structured outreach would help align coaching support with program expectations. So based on these findings, the team recommends 3 stipulations. Stipulation 1, that within 1 year, the institution presents a 7th year report providing an update on those program standards that were met with concerns. In early childhood special education, program standard 3, teacher induction program standard 1, career technical education program standard 5, preliminary administrative services program standards 5 and 8, and clear administrative services program standard 3. Stipulation 2 is that within 1 year, the institution would submit evidence that all faculty and instructional personnel qualifications are documented and verified across the 4 required areas outlined in Common Standard 1. which include knowledge of content, current context in public schooling, knowledge of diversity in society, demonstration of professional practices in teaching and learning, and scholarship and service. And stipulation 3, that within 1 year, the institution submit evidence that all site-based supervisors across programs are trained in supervision, orientation, or oriented to the supervisory role, and evaluated and recognized in a systematic manner as required under Common Standard 3. So the next steps would be, should the committee concur with the team's recommendation for Tulare County Office of Education approval, Tulare will work with the CTC consultants, Jake Schuler and Elizabeth De Los Santos, throughout the coming year to address these areas and prepare the required documentation and reports. Given the responsiveness and commitment to improvement we witnessed during this visit, we are confident that the institution is well positioned to do that work. On behalf of the review team, thank you, and we confidently recommend Tulare County Office of Education for accreditation with stipulations, and we look forward to seeing their continued growth and service to the educators and students they serve, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your information that you've shared. We do want to invite Dr. Rodriguez to briefly comment about the visit. We do want to remind you that this is not a time to dispute the team's report, but rather provide any thoughts you had about the visit.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Tulare County Office of Ed, County Superintendent Tim Heyer, Assistant Superintendent Chris Meyer, we'd like to thank all of you there for the amazing visit that we had. Jake, Elizabeth, and Tanya did fantastically well. Our team, consisting of Courtney Kirchman, Michelle French, Vang Tao, Jasmine Poloni, Tara Tobin, Perla Arredondo, Gabby Barnes, Natalie, and Kendra, we sincerely thank you all. In the spirit of continuous improvement, we accept the findings and look forward to making any necessary changes to work within the scope of how we are to operate. We appreciate you all.
All right, we will now open for public comment. As a reminder, if there are members of the public that would like to provide a comment, please notify the meeting moderator by submitting a request card, by clicking on the raised hand icon if participating through Zoom, or pressing *9 if participating by phone. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions or comments from committee members? Committee Member Jones.
So I feel like this is more of a procedural than a content question, which is, I know I'm missing something, but if the common standards are all found to be met, we have 2 stipulations that are tied to common standards.
That's a very good question.
Because, yeah, I think in the discussion, it was that there were 2 common standards that were less than fully met, and they're addressed in the stipulations, but in the report summary, it says they're all met. So I'm trying to parse.
No, that's a really good catch. I did not catch that. Yeah, they should be tied to the program standards if the program standards are the ones that were the issues. I think the first one that within the year, the report to update on all those program standards were met with concerns would take care of all of it, I think. I mean, and that the specific common standards ones would not be needed. So it's up to you, but you are absolutely right. I should have got that. I didn't. Yeah, if it's met, it shouldn't be common
It shouldn't
standard.
have more work to do if it's met.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So the stipulations themselves should be tied to the program standards if those were the ones that were met with concerns.
Or the finding.
Or the finding. Well, yeah, at
But
this
I don't-
point, we can't change the findings,
Right.
only the team
So-
can. So we as in you, the
Right.
committee on accreditation. So what we could do is just you can still keep I think the wording. What we could do is change the report so that we put the applicable program standards to the stipulations. Yeah, would that work for everybody?
For clarification then on page, we're talking about page 4?
Yes.
To remove where it says common standard 1 and program standard, but keep the stipulation and remove common standard 3. So we're keeping the stipulations, but removing the headings? Is that?
That's one of the suggestions I would make. And that what we would be looking for is evidence of program standards. And maybe the team could talk a little bit about what they were thinking.
Was there a reason that it was common standards that were chosen as stipulations opposed to just program standards?
So when the team was drafting stipulations, they looked at kind of every area that was the common standards was looking at the inconsistent areas. So that language in there for number 2 and 3 is the language from the element of the common standard. So is the recommendation that perhaps these do not become stipulations, and that maybe there's just the first stipulation for program standards, and that 2 and 3 be removed as stipulations? I'm not sure the team.
Just that unless you change common standards to met with concerns for those ones. But
It's the consistency of requiring a stipulation for something that is otherwise indicated to be fully met.
yeah, so they would be program standards.
Which would be covered in a 7th year report.
Right.
Anyway, right? Like,
Okay, so you could do a tweener. I'm just thinking. Which is you leave number 1 and then you add a sentence because it's up to you to change the stipulations. You all have that authority. You could say and address any inconsistent areas within the common standards, even though they were found to be met. They're inconsistent. So you could do that. I'm glad you caught that because it's that consistency of how we deal with things. Yes. So typically if a standard is found to be met, there is no stipulation related to it. So, but if I think you could, and it sounds like the institution's willing to address them. So I think you could add a stipulation that says for any common standard with an inconsistent to address those in your 7th year report or in your.
Or with inconsistent maybe evidence, because the finding is the finding.
Right, exactly. Inconsistent evidence. Does that work for everybody? Okay, great. Thank you, Anne, for bringing that up. That's important.
Okay. This get jotted down for the motion.
yes.
Yes. This is an action item, so. Oh, is there another?
Oh, no, this was just to get us level set on this, but we haven't gotten a chance to ask questions, right? No, I'm.
Okay.
I had a question.
Member
So
McKee.
my question is a conundrum, and I wanted to hear what you may be doing next year. I'm really impressed with the feedback your institution provides and the satisfaction of the candidates. It was really loud and clear. But then the conundrum was that you're giving feedback, but then the feedback seemed too procedural. And you have a system to address this next year because, right, people are turning in documents and you have to give them feedback. And if documents are not correct and there's spelling errors or dates or things aren't correct, if you could tell me a little bit more, like what was that systematic thing that people may have not been quote unquote happy with the feedback that you still have to be able to provide to have quality work? Like what are you doing differently next year so that people aren't just getting stuff turned back into them? I think it's page 25 of the report that it was saying that people were getting things just turned back to them because they were missing a date.
For teacher induction, right?
For teacher induction, yes. For teacher induction, it seemed like that you're in this conundrum that you're trying to provide feedback to have educationally professional products, but you also are trying to make sure it's not too procedural and more of a robust system. And I think that's a conundrum because you do want to give people feedback if there's something missing and not there, but you also don't want them to feel like they just have to turn things back in. So it said that next year you have a system that you're going to do that differently. So what does that look like? Does that make sense? I'm not sure.
Team George?
Yes, the institution, yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. So we're taking a good holistic review of our entire program here to match anything that we need to the standards and ensure that we are in compliance. Our plan is to meet with Jake and Elizabeth to get a thorough review of what that looks like. Michelle and I and the team are currently looking at every aspect for which we offer it. One of the feedback mentions that we did have was that, our meetings, the amount of meetings that we have. So we're looking at really touching on those points in addition to offering feedback that's going to help that candidate grow and further clear their credential. So within that system, a full-on look, working with Jake and Elizabeth to really just fix those things for next year.
I'm not sure that answered my question. On page 25, it says you have a system in place to provide for next year already to provide feedback that's non-procedural. I guess that's what my wondering was. Or
Yeah,
maybe
so
the system is just to create a system.
our system is to create a system and really just review that. Michelle is getting feedback from some of the people that we interviewed at this point, and in addition, taking feedback from them to see exactly what we could do differently to make it more robust.
Are there any other questions from the committee? This is an action item. Do I have a motion? Member Jones.
I opened the can of worms.
Taking responsibility.
I'm gonna take responsibility. Okay, let me see if I can get through all this. I recommend that the Committee on Accreditation recommends accreditation or approves accreditation for the Tulare County Office of Education with stipulations. The stipulations being that within 1 year, the institution present a 7th-year report to provide an update on those program standards which were met with concerns, as well as, this is added language, as well as those common standards where evidence was more inconsistent. I'll accept amendments to that. Specifically, and then go common standard 1, common standard 3. Okay. So it's 1 7th-year report.
Second that.
Thank you, Member Cervantes. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, Ms. Almeida, Dr. De Los Santos, and Mr. Schuler.
And I just want to say thank you to Tanya because we had to do some shuffling of the team and she took on the team lead responsibility sort of late in the process. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
For item number 11, we are 40 minutes behind, but just for the sake of this morning, we normally do a stretch break for like 5 minutes and providing the committee members to also order their lunches. Otherwise, there will be a delay later on. Administrator Hickey, is it okay that we take a 5-minute break to handle some of those pieces? Okay. And so we do apologize to the programs in the wings, but we're going to come back together at 11 and go from there. Thank you. And then Michelle had emailed all of us to the CTC email. Do we have quorum if we begin without member Leggett?
1, 2, 3, yes. That means we can.
And are we being recorded? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, our teams behind the scenes as we navigate this morning. We're going to now move over to item number 11, and that is the report of the provisional site visit team to Gateway High School. Consultants Dr. Rosemary Wren and Kiyomi Meeker will introduce this item, and joining them is team lead Stacy Tizer and institutional representatives Donna Scarlett, who's the Gateway Induction Program Director, Danielle Cicerelli, the Gateway Induction Administrative Associate and Credential Analyst, and Aaron Watson, Chief of Schools and Programs, Gateway Public Schools. Are there any recusals on this item? Looks like there are none. With that, Dr. Wren, good morning, and if you could please begin.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to share the provisional site visit report for Gateway High School. The site visit took place virtually from February 23rd through 25th, 2026. A total of 70 interviews were conducted, and the visit proceeded in accordance with all normal accreditation protocols. The Gateway High School team did an exceptional job of thoroughly preparing for the visit and quickly responding to requests for additional information and documentation from the site visit team. The reviewers, my colleague Kiyomi Meeker, and I sincerely enjoyed the opportunity to learn more about Gateway's authentic and impactful approach to teacher induction. I'll now turn this over to Kiyomi, who will share a few more details.
Thank you, Dr. Wren. The site visit team to Gateway High School was composed of team lead and common standard reviewers. Common standard reviewer Stacy Tizer. We also had another common standard reviewer, Christina Mendez, and program standard reviewer, Janet Burrell. Following the review of the accreditation website, the publicly reported data, and interviews with constituents of the teacher induction program, the team has recommended accreditation. I will now turn it over to Stacy Tizer, who will share additional details of the team's findings and recommendations.
Thank you. Good morning, commission members and guests. I am Stacy Tizer, and it is my pleasure to present the report on behalf of the site visit team for the Gateway Induction Program. The visit was conducted virtually over 3 days. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Gateway leadership for a well-organized visit and being responsive to our request and organizing the interviews that were well attended. I would also like to thank my fellow site visit team members for their time, collaboration, and thoughtful engagement throughout the process. The Gateway Induction Program is small but highly impactful, serving candidates in charter schools in San Francisco and across the Bay Area. Program and school leaders explain that their small size is intentional, allowing them to be selective and strategic in their partnership. Across partner schools, there's a shared commitment to equity, serving our marginalized students, and developing reflective anti-racist practitioners. This vision is not merely stated, it is consistently evident in practice throughout the program. The program's size allows for highly individualized support. Candidates consistently spoke about the excellent individual support and the flexibility of their mentors. Mentors are selected through a collaborative process involving program leadership, school administrators, experienced mentors, the induction program director, and the credential analyst. Once selected, mentors receive ongoing professional learning and support, including opportunities for peer feedback through video observation. Program leadership meets monthly with mentors and quarterly with candidates. These structures support continuous feedback, allow for close monitoring of candidate progress, and it allows for continuous feedback between constituents in the program. During interviews, candidates, mentor, and the advisory group members consistently noted that leadership is open to feedback and actively uses the feedback to streamline the program and improve the candidate's experience. Candidates complete an individualized learning plan, which includes 3 milestones designed to promote reflection on their teaching practice and classroom experiences. Feedback is provided by program leadership as well as additional mentors. Both candidates and mentors emphasize that the induction experience feels meaningful and job embedded rather than a checklist of requirements. The intentional design has contributed to a strong outcome with a 95% candidate retention rate. After a thorough review of documentation and interviews with all constituent groups, the site visit team is pleased to report that all precondition, common standards, and program standards have been met. We therefore recommend full accreditation. Thank you, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your report. We're now going to invite the institutional representatives to briefly comment about the visit. Remind you, it's not a time to dispute the team's report, but rather to provide any other thoughts you'd like to share about the visit.
Good morning. I'm Donna Hyatt-Scarlett. I'm the Induction Program Director for Gateway. Thank you so much for this opportunity this morning to present to the Commission. And we just wanted to extend our sincere appreciation to Stacy, to Kiyomi and Rosemary and the accreditation team. They were so collaborative, so flexible, guided us, from when we began a year before this process to now. Just really very grateful for all of the support that we received along the way. I'll turn it over to Aaron to say a few more words.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate our team at Gateway, but also Rosemary and Stacy and the visiting team were just very clear on what we should expect from the visit, and also gave us a lot of really good feedback, which we appreciated to think about our growth and ask really thoughtful questions. We just felt like the process was very helpful for us to continue to grow and improve, and I want to appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any public comments on this item?
There are no public comment.
Thank you. It's now an opportunity for any questions from our committee members. Anything you'd like to share? Members of office.
I just want to commend you. There was a lot of strong qualitative evidence of impact, and I mean, you all certainly respect and appreciate the candidate voice, the mentor feedback, and there were clear evidence of growth. And one of the things that's always impactful is an institution that explicitly focuses on anti-racist and equity-centered teaching. And so, not that you have to answer this, but what can we expect to see ahead, sort of with that equity forward lens, if you will, because these become examples, signature examples for how other institutions within our public schooling system should adapt, right, and become more bold and innovative and respectful of this. But don't need to answer, but if you have an answer, that's great.
I think it's still a learning process for us as well. I mean, we're continually reflecting and refining the program. So in our first year, we realized, equity is not really a through line as much as it should be in our portfolios. And we started to revamp and revise that and directly address it. So every year it's really reflecting, refining, just continuing to gather feedback and input on the program. And we'll continue to explore that, and hopefully we'll have an answer for you.
Thank you.
Definitely a learning process.
Member Campbell.
Oh, hi. Mine is a commendation. I just wanted to say that after reading your documents, I would say that any of our induction programs, as large or as small as they might be, we all want our candidates to share that induction does not feel like a checkbox, and that they could actually focus and reflect on their practice. So that was my favorite part.
Other members. And I just echo what our members have shared. It was very clear a voice of the candidates, and the fact that they could see changes happen in real time, that you listened to them and adapted your program based upon their perspectives. And the more that we all model that out there, that we're all on a cycle of continuous improvement. It's not just the candidate who has to reflect, it's also the program and the leadership. And that was very clear in your report, that is evident in the program. So thank you. This is an action item. If any additional comments, questions, or motions, feel free to share from any of our committee members. There's a writer, this is a provisional site visit. So to our institution, if approved today, then you move to the commission for final approval of your program. So any motion? I have member Hollis. I'm not. eye contact all the way around.
I move to approve the report of provisional accreditation site visit for Gateway High School and the recommendation of accreditation.
You have a second on that, Member Hall? With that, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Congratulations, motion carries unanimously. We wish you the absolute very best moving forward to the commission, and good luck in your future endeavors in moving this program forward like you have already done.
We are moving on to item 12. Item 12 is the discussion of the second quarterly report from CSU Channel Islands. Consultant Dr. Frances Keller will introduce this item. Joining her today are institutional representatives. Dr. Kathy Howard, Faculty Director of Clinical Experiences and Partnerships and Accreditation. Is it Jan Greer? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Chair of Teacher Education, and Dr. Chris Yeager, Program Coordinator, Education Specialist Credential. Does anyone need to recuse themselves? All right, Member Hillis.
And we're waiting for Frances, who's at a site visit. So she's joining us from a site visit. Let's see.
She said she's on.
She said she's on. Maybe she's
Ask her to raise her hand.
Can you raise your hand, Frances?
We see CTCs raising their hand. That's a good sign. Thank you so much for our institution for your patience with our timeline today. We apologize for the delay.
Oh, there she
There she
is.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Keller, for being here. All right, you are free to begin whenever you're ready to do so.
Fantastic. Good morning, committee members. Item 12 presents the California State University at Channel Islands second quarterly report. As a refresher, an accreditation site visit was held for the institution on October 5th through the 8th, 2025. And the report of that visit was presented at the COA meeting at its October 2025 meeting. Following discussion and deliberation of the report, the COA took action to set the accreditation status to be accreditation with major stipulations. One of the stipulations requires CSU CI to provide quarterly reports. This is the second of these quarterly reports. A link to the site team's accreditation report, as was presented in October 25, is linked on page 1 of this item. A link to the second quarterly report can also be found on the web page or on the report linked on page 2. The 6 stipulations that CSU CI is required to address through these quarterly reports are listed on pages 2 through 3 of the item. As a reminder, some of the broader themes of the findings including the concerns regarding the institutional and programmatic structures of data and progress monitoring, design and implementation of a comprehensive continuous improvement process, and within the education specialist program, that new content, activities, assignments, and evaluation criteria have been added to address alignment with program standards and the teaching performance expectations. In this second quarterly report, members may take note of recent actions and development surrounding data infrastructure and a number of different committee meetings to support the continuous improvement process. Staff is recommending that this report be accepted as CSU Channel Islands continues its progress in addressing the stipulations in the remaining quarterly reports. And I'd love to turn it over now to institutional representatives with Dr. Catherine Howard to briefly comment on this report and the progress they've made up to this point.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you for your time today. Since our previous report, we have made significant progress on establishing infrastructure, systems, processes, and stakeholder engagement needed to address the committee's stipulations. We have new structures in place, including a unit-wide continuous improvement and assessment committee, finalized unit-wide and program assessment plans, and expanded advisory committee, and a new candidate tracking system, the PeopleSoft credential modification.
Our education specialist program has developed new content, activities, assignments, field experiences, and evaluation criteria targeting the gaps in grades 7 through 12 instruction, case management, program delivery models, and disability profiles. We understand that the committee expects evidence of implementation and impact, which we are confident that we will be able to provide in our future reports.
Great. Do we have any public comments for this item?
There are no public comment.
Are there any questions or comments from committee members? Yes, Member Bryant.
First, I see the tremendous amount of work that you've completed since we met last. So there's a lot there. And it's very clear you've been working diligently on this process. I'm curious, to this point, what you've found to be of most value.
I personally, just from my own personal perspective, I'm really happy that we're developing systems for continuous improvement. Having that infrastructure in place so that it's not just an activity that people do because they're told to do it or because they know it's the time to do it, but trying to really create a system where there's more of a culture of continuous improvement so that it's something people want to do in order to be more effective in their roles. And so the committee that we set up and the plan, the assessment plan that we're working on is really aimed at ensuring that it's something that we're all engaging in together as a community so that we can support our educator preparation.
See that intentionality, and I commend you for building those structures in intentionally like that, as opposed to viewing this as a compliance activity. Thank you.
Yeah, that will really set us up to continue doing this into the future. And hopefully next time we have program review or common standards review, we'll be just reporting on what we're already doing rather than thinking about how we can address stipulations.
Any other questions? Yes, Member Cervantes.
No, I want to echo the comment here by Member Brian. Thoughtful progress update. Thank you for all the work that's gone into, I'll use the word infrastructure, a continuous improvement infrastructure, and hopefully you can own that with me because we're noticing several systems in place. But I did have like sort of that next level question on how are you ensuring that these systems work together as a coherent whole rather than just parallel efforts? And what I mean by that is there any early evidence that you can share on what's already informing decisions? Because back to the comment made, we don't want this to just become a compliance-based process or exercise. We really want you to deal with intentionality, learn from it, make sure decision-making is happening through data you're collecting, et cetera, and you're anticipating versus reacting, right, to what's going on. So yeah, how are you ensuring these systems work together as a coherent whole? I mean, that'd be great to hear.
Others might want to speak to that as well. I think that has to do also with clarifying roles and responsibilities within our School of Education so that we know not only that there's this system in place, but who within our system and how the roles work together, who would be responsible for ensuring that we're engaging in those activities. Jeannie, do you have something to say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeannie Greer, Chair of Teacher Education at Channel Islands. We have regular coordinator meetings, so we do have this system in place already of communication. Because our programs rely on each other, like for prerequisites or all of that, we are in constant discussion. And this whole activity has actually instigated our multiple and single subjects credential programs to start looking at data and making changes, right? Things that weren't stipulations, but things that we can do to improve our student experience and meet those teacher performance expectations. And so I think our SPED faculty have really been spearheading a lot of this, but they've also inspired the rest of us to be taking more critical looks at this time to improve our programs.
Chris, do you have anything to add? For the Ed Specialist program?
My main takeaway, I'm new to the university. In the past couple of months, I've been able to really collaborate with folks that I haven't had a chance to collaborate with before. So I think that's really wonderful. And I'm talking about folks from different departments, folks that are in staff roles. So I think those lines of communication have really opened up, and I've really noticed that.
I had a question about tracking candidates' competencies and performance and providing support to candidates. It says that you're continuing to make improvements for this, and you've identified people who will be in that support system. How do you plan on actually supporting them? What does that look like in action?
So that's a great question. What I've been working on up until now is sort of getting that system in place so that we have the information we need in order to understand how to support. We're a fairly small program. And we're small in scale. And so leading up until now, I think a lot of that support came through faculty meetings at the program level where faculty come together and really talk about each individual candidate and how they're doing in the courses and in their field work. But having a system in place where there's more information in terms of the TPEs and how they're doing in different areas of their educator preparation, I think we've been improving on that. And we do have processes in place for supporting the candidates. I'm wondering, Jeannie, do you want to say more to that about the credential programs?
So our main area of support is our student teaching seminar has really stepped in to be that valuable support system. And our seminar instructors are constantly updating their own knowledge and making us all aware. In fact, we have a teacher ed meeting next week where they're going to be presenting on some of the new TPEs, and they've already done stuff on just literacy and student assets, right? To get everybody on board that really we can all kind of chip in, and it's not on any one person, but those folks have been really the main supports for students, but also educating the rest of the faculty on those TPA elements that we all kind of need to chip in on. I don't know if that sounded right, but you know what I mean?
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions from the committee? This is an action item. Do I have a motion? Member Hollis.
I move to accept the second quarterly report from Cal State University Channel Islands.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Member Jones. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. All right, the motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Howard, Dr. Greer, Dr. Yeager, and Dr. Keller.
Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you for all the progress that you've made. It's exceptional.
Thank you. Thanks.
We're going to move on to item number 13. Item 13 is the report of accreditation site visit to Garden Grove Unified School District. Consultants Dr. Susan Olson and William Hattrick will present this item. They're joined by team lead Lloyd Aqua and institutional representatives Michelle Pinchot, Director of Personnel Services, Catherine Kasuda, induction teacher on special assignment. Will anyone be recusing themselves? Bless you. No one's recusing. And again, to our institutions and consultants, we appreciate your time this morning and flexibility. We do apologize for the delay. Mr. Hattrick, we are going to move this over to you. So if you could please begin.
Good morning, committee members. I'm pleased to bring you agenda item 13 today, which discusses the site visit for Garden Grove Unified and their teacher induction program. This visit took place virtually from January 26th to 28th, and I really would like to thank the program leadership, especially Michelle and Kay, for their thorough preparation for the visit and their quick responses for requests for more information, organizing the interview schedule. It was really smooth. I also like to thank our team, Lloyd Aqua, who's on with us today, Kimberly Campbell and Elizabeth Steele. They also did a really thorough job of looking at all the standards, all the evidence provided by the institution, and interviewing a wide range of constituency groups. I'll add that I also had the good fortune of being their site visit consultant 8 years ago. It was actually my first solo site visit, and can happily report that the program is just as strong now as it was then, and many familiar faces now serving in leadership roles like the teachers on special assignment. So Loy, I'll turn it over to you now to discuss the findings from the visit.
Thank you, William. Good morning, COA members. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Lloyd Aqua, and on behalf of the accreditation site team, which are Elizabeth Steele, Kimberly Campbell, and myself, we are pleased to present a report on the Garden Grove Unified School District Teacher Induction Program. I'd also like to thank our CTC consultants, William and Dr. Susan Olson, who provided invaluable expertise and professionalism that significantly shaped our deliberations. Before presenting our summary of our findings, I want to also commend the Garden Grove leadership and staff for their exceptional dedication and professionalism throughout the accreditation process. The caliber of their organizational skills and documentation directly reflects their commitment to excellence, ensuring a smooth and collegial review for both candidates and mentors. From the outset, the Garden Grove Unified School District's commitment to strategic pillars, academic skills, personal growth, and lifelong success was evident. Superintendent Maffey and educational partners underscored that the induction program is a cornerstone of teacher retention, fostering professional growth and supporting the social and emotional well-being of their beginning educators. To provide some insight into our thorough evaluation process, the site team conducted multiple pre-visit online meetings and email exchanges. First, we began by building camaraderie among the team and diligently reviewing the institution's program documents. Following independent report review, we formulated clarification questions. And for every question we had, the Garden Grove team was consistently responsive and prompt in providing necessary additional information. We systematically examined each comment and program standard, documenting preliminary findings and submitting additional inquiries as needed. Ultimately, we finalized their interview schedule to ensure that there was a diverse representation across all constituent groups. On-site interviews with program leaders, institutional leadership, candidates, mentors, and educational partners validated our document review. Candidates consistently praised the strong training, resources, and intensive support provided by the program. I want to highlight a distinctive feature of the Garden Grove program, and that is its strategic mission to cultivate a teacher base of homegrown candidates. This commitment to having instructional staff mirror the student population demonstrates a clear value for student-centered education, further evidenced by observed examples of leaders who rose through the teacher ranks. In addition, completers noted high levels of satisfaction with the program, one of them noting, "I always go back to the CSCPs and remain goal-focused in my instructional practice." Following our thorough review, we confirmed that all standards are met. I just want to highlight a few other examples of the program. There was strong committed leadership District leaders exhibit a strong commitment to recruiting, supporting, and retaining high-quality educators. The institutional knowledge is compelling, and its support extends directly to the director, Michelle Pinchot, and her team of TOSAs and mentors. There is strong division alignment. Housing the program within the Personnel Offices Division ensures effective cross-functional communication among the hiring team, district leaders, curriculum directors, TOSAs, and mentors, along with the close collaboration of the instructional, student, and business services. There is also inclusive governance. The governing board maintains a diverse range of perspective, including administrators, mentors, candidates, regional induction partners, and university representatives. This ensures that there is always a comprehensive program evaluation with continuous improvement. In summary, we found a highly effective induction program that strengthens teacher efficacy through job-embedded goal setting, inquiry cycles, and professional learning opportunities. Given the robust infrastructure and unwavering leadership commitment, we confidently recommend full accreditation for the Garden Grove Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we now invite the institutional representatives to briefly comment about the visit. As a reminder, not a time to dispute the team's report, but rather to provide any other thoughts you have about the visit. Anyone from the institution?
Well, we would not dispute. I'm Michelle Pinchot, and we just want to thank William and for all of his support through the process. And it was a joy to work with Lloyd, Kimberly, and Elizabeth. They were very supportive. They gave us amazing feedback and asked us very. They challenged us with their questioning in order for us to to excel in the future as well, and how we could push ourselves going forward. So we had an amazing experience, and as mentioned, we have an incredible team of TOSAs that are behind the curtain right now watching, and a special shout out to all of them for their incredible dedication to the work that we're doing. So we
Thank you so
them.
much.
Mhm.
At this time, are there any public comments on this item?
There are no public comments.
Thank you. Opportunities for members of our committee. Any questions you have for the institution or comment? My only question is it was definitely an amazing positive report, a lot of great systems in place. I noticed your enrollment doubled. So how are you going to sustain this when you have even more people in your program?
That is a great question. We've just been tasked with looking at a 2 to 5 year plan, knowing that we'll have a retirement bubble happening in about 3 years in our district. So we and working with Dr. Maffei are just currently starting to look at that now, and how we're going to include more mentors out in the field, because I think we all know adding another TOSA to our team is probably not going to happen. So we're going to be challenged with thinking outside the box on how we're going to be serving possibly up to 200 candidates in the next 3 to 5 years.
I think it's a reality a lot of districts are facing. So I appreciate the forward thinking on that.
Mm-hmm.
Also a motion, an action item for a motion. If any of our committee members have no questions, we have Member Hillis.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of accreditation for Garden Grove Unified School District.
Second, I see Member Jones. All of those in favor, if you could please say aye. Aye. Those say no. Congratulations to a full unanimous motion carrying forward and approval of accreditation for all of you and everyone behind the curtain listening. We wish you the absolute very best and keep up the hard work out there in the field. Thank you so much to Ms. Dakwa, Ms. Pinchot, Ms. Kasuda, Ms. Olson, and Mr. Hattrick.
We are moving on to item 14. Item 14 is the report of the accreditation site visit team to Humphreys University. Consultant Dr. Tim Weeks will present this. He is joined by team head Lori Kersey-Reed and institutional representatives Carrie Ridenour, Credential Programs Administrator Matt Reynolds, Provost and Dean of Graduate Studies, and Julie Porta, Associate Professor. Does anyone need to recuse themselves? All right, with that, good morning, Dr. Weeks. You may begin.
Good morning, committee members. Item 14 presents the report of the site visit team to Humphreys University. This site visit took place from March 11th through 9th through 11th, 2026, and was conducted entirely on video technology via Zoom. A total of 96 interviews were conducted with various individuals throughout the site visit, and despite the site being conducted entirely online, the site visit proceeded in accordance with all normal accreditation protocols. I would like to start out by recognizing the amazing work of our team lead, Lori Kersey-Reed, on her inaugural site visit. I believe that her dedication to the process and her desire to get it exactly right led to a very successful site visit. And using the basketball analogy, I would say she did an amazing job on her first one with 7 standards and 9 assists. So good job. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work of our site visit team, comprised of Joanne Iskin from UCLA and Dennis from Biola University. So also their dedication to the process, in addition to their lighthearted sense of humor, made them a joy to work with. And I would also like to thank the institutional lead, Katie Rittenauer, for the amazing job she did in preparing for the site visit and her prompt response to requests for additional information, both of which were invaluable in helping the team prepare for and successfully complete the visit. And I'd finally like to thank Matt Reynolds, the Provost and Dean of Graduate Studies, who played a very instrumental role in preparing for the site visit. I'd now like to turn this over to Lori Kersey-Reed, who will present the findings of the site visit team. Lori?
Well, I was going to say good morning, and then I had to check the clock real quick. So yes, it's good morning to commission members and guests. It is my privilege to speak today as the accreditation team lead and to present the findings from the recent site visit to Humphreys University. First, on behalf of the entire review team, I'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to the university's leadership, faculty, staff, candidates, completers, and community partners. We are also grateful to the Commission for the opportunity to engage in this important work. Throughout the visit, we experienced a high level of professionalism, transparency, and collaboration that greatly supported our review process. Our team conducted a comprehensive evaluation that included a thorough review of institutional documentation, program materials and data, as well as interviews with nearly 100 stakeholders across the university community. This depth of engagement allowed us to develop a strong and consistent understanding of the institution and its educator preparation programs. Humphreys University demonstrates a clear and enduring commitment to its mission of providing student-centered, career-focused education. The institution's long history and its responsiveness to the needs of the region and the state are evident in both its structure and its programs. The team was particularly impressed by the university's responsiveness to the evolving needs of the state of California, expanding access through online delivery, preparing a diverse educator workforce, and ensuring candidates are equipped to serve the full range of students in today's classrooms. The team observed that Humphreys University has expanded access beyond its local region by transitioning to a fully online model, allowing candidates from across California to participate in the program. This shift has not only increased enrollment, but has also strengthened the program's ability to respond to the workforce needs across the state. We found that the university has established a strong and effective infrastructure to support educator programs. All common standards were met, including institutional infrastructure, candidate recruitment and support, course design and clinical practice, continuous improvement, and program impact. These findings reflect a well-coordinated system in which leadership, faculty, and staff work collaboratively to ensure program quality and candidate success. A notable success of the institution is its emphasis on candidate support. Across interviews, candidates and completers consistently described a highly personalized and responsive environment where they felt supported throughout their journey and well prepared for the teaching profession. In particular, current candidates mentioned they felt the programs often supported them, in preparing them for the realities of teaching with just-in-time support while being appreciated, respected, and heard. In particular, one candidate stated this program made it possible to pursue their passion and dream of becoming a teacher possible, while also stating that it was just the right amount of hand-holding that felt proactive and personalized. The review team also found significant strengths in the design and implementation of the preliminary multiple subject with intern program overall. This program effectively integrated coursework with clinical practice and provided candidates with extensive supervised field experiences in diverse classroom settings. The program reflects a strong commitment to equity, culturally responsive teaching, and preparation of educators who serve California's diverse population. The candidate population itself reflects the diversity of California schools and preparing educators who are representative and responsive to the communities they serve. Recruitment and outreach efforts intentionally support this diversification of educator workforce and aligned with statewide priorities. In addition, the program demonstrates a robust system of assessment and continuous improvement. Multiple sorts of data, including candidate performance, survey feedback, and stakeholder input, are systematically collected and used to inform program enhancements. All program standards for the preliminary multiple subject with intern program were found to be fully met with no areas of concern. This indicates a high level of alignment with state expectations, and based on the totality of evidence reviewed, including documentation, data, and extensive interviews, the team reached a clear and unanimous conclusion. It is my honor to report to the accreditation team to the commission that we recommend full accreditation for Humphreys University. This recommendation reflects our confidence in the institution's ability to continue preparing educators who positively impact students and schools across California. Overall, the team found Humphreys University is highly responsive to the evolving educational landscape in California, expanding access, preparing a diverse educator workforce, and aligning its programs to meet the needs of both candidates and the communities they will serve. And in closing, I'd like to thank the university community for their openness and commitment to the excellence, and the commission for its leadership in maintaining high standards for educator preparation.
Thank you, Dr. Kersey Reed. We will now invite the institutional representatives to briefly comment about the visit. We do want to remind you that this isn't a time to dispute the team's report, but rather provide any thoughts you had about the visit.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carrie Ridenour, and I am the Director of Teacher Credentialing at Humphreys University. We would never dispute what Lori just said. Thank you, Lori Kirchie-Reed, for all your positive comments and being a great leader throughout this process. We also wanted to thank Timothy Weeks. He was our consultant, and we had great communication from him and a lot of involvement to help us through the process. I just wanted to say again, thank you to the entire team, because they were very professional, courteous, helpful with all their feedback, encouraging to areas that, we were unsure of, and kind of what you said, Lori, held our hand in the right, just a little bit enough to ensure that we were on the right track. And I would have never known this was your first time as the lead, so you did a wonderful job, and we appreciate you made the whole process from something, of course, we were very nervous about to a very pleasant experience. And we walked away just feeling like it was a very positive, encouraging, built on our strengths and helped us, with any areas of weakness that we felt that we needed to improve. So thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you. Are there any public comments for this item?
There are no public comments.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Okay. On page 17 of the report, it talks about the Cal TPAs. And in one of the paragraphs, it says when additional help is needed, the program implements targeted supports, individualized remediation, leading to consistently strong outcomes. But right under that, it shares that in 2021, you had 90% pass rates, and then it's declined significantly each year. So what is the reason for that, and how are you supporting candidates, and how are you going to bring those scores for the pass rate back up?
So recently with the new TPAs, we did implement meeting as a staff, looking at our test scores, looking at the rubric scores, finding our areas of weaknesses. We rewrote our lesson plan after the 2021, a little bit of a decline. Rewrote the lesson plan to build on strengths, the English language, standards were a big focus of emphasis for us. And after rewriting, we did have we started our scores started to improve. And then the last two, the math TPA cycle 1 that started in the fall, we had 100% pass rate. And the TPA 2, the literacy cycle, we just had our scores return again, 100% pass rate. So we definitely met. Talking about that continuous improvement cycle, we definitely met. We were aware of our scores, looking at everything in our program to see how we could improve. And we definitely did. So I felt like our recent scores really showed all of our efforts to find ways to close that loop and create improvement in our program.
What specific, like looking at the scores, it's about half, 57%, and you jumped all the way to 100%. Why do you think that is specifically? Because that's a huge difference.
Right. I think just
a quick point of clarification. So the ADS data that's quoted in the report are the first time pass rates. Yeah. Not the total pass rate. So I think at the 100% she's talking about are the full pass rates, not the first time.
Got it.
Again, just meeting as a team, feedback from all sources. All of our adjuncts are working in the field right now, so gathering all that feedback, really looking, analyzing where our weaknesses are to build up those into strengths. And, also looking again at all stakeholders, gathering feedback from candidates, gathering outside, from other districts, what are other districts doing? And just also attending professional development to build up our capacity to help our candidates. So really using all those sources and really identifying and analyzing and working together.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, this is an action item. Do I have a motion? Committee member Cervantes.
I motion that we accept staff's report of accreditation for Humphreys University.
Do I have a second? I saw member Leggett, so thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Rednar, Mr. Reynolds, Ms. Porta, Dr. Kersey Reed, and Dr. Weeks. Appreciate it. Continue showing those improvements and supporting our candidates out there, and just showing all of your efforts. It's greatly appreciated.
So we're going to now move on to item number 15, where we are still delayed. We apologize. We're trying to move item number 16 to after lunch. We heard that our team lead may be out there in the audience. If so, the CTC has emailed you to see if you're available. If you could email back as to Administrator Hickey to see if we can move your item to 1 o'clock, because we're just moving past these times anyway. So if you could do that, that would be grateful. Otherwise, we're at item number 15. And this is the discussion of the second quarterly report for Los Angeles Pacific University. We want to thank consultant William Hattrick, who's going to present this item, and the institutional representative joining us is Gordon Jorgensen. Thank you for joining us back, the assistant dean. Again, thank you for your flexibility and patience with us today. Is anyone recusing themselves on this item? Nobody. So Mr. Hattrick, welcome back.
All right. Good to see you again. Agenda item 15 presents the information from the second quarterly report submitted by LA Pacific University. As a reminder, their provisional site visit was held last October, and they were granted accreditation with major stipulations. Information and evidence was submitted to CTC staff earlier this month related to each stipulation, and that's summarized for you in the agenda item, but I will go over some highlights for you. Since the last quarterly report in January, another full-time faculty position has been requested based on the continued growth of the program, and that's expected to be filled for the upcoming academic year. A new chief academic officer with extensive experience in public K-12 education was appointed, and program leadership developed a continuous improvement calendar to provide a clear timeline of when and also what forms of data will be collected, including who's responsible for evaluating the results. New end-of-course faculty and candidate surveys were launched for spring semester courses, and the results will be shared with program faculty and administrators after the semester ends. In addition to providing training for district-employed supervisors specific to LAPU's multiple subject credential program, those who needed more professional development to meet the 10 hours requirement were provided links to the PD for mentor teachers modules at no cost. Program staff track the completion of these hours, and nearly all active supervisors have completed that required number of hours. And related to stipulation number 6, I can now report that all areas for domains 1 through 6 are now evidenced and aligned for introducing, practicing, and assessing all TPE elements. Domain 7, literacy, was taken care of through the 88 certification process last year. So the next quarterly report will be presented to you at your August meeting, and then the focused revisit is scheduled for mid-November. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hattrick. And now is an opportunity, Mr. Jorgensen, if you'd briefly like to share anything from the report.
Good morning, everyone. I understand that we're over time, so I'll try to keep it brief. I'm sure everyone's hungry. I think the highlights that we're most excited about is working with Barbara Howard to develop this continuous improvement calendar so that we can flesh out what the whole year looks like and what the different parts are, what kind of data is being collected, who's responsible for managing the results. And then also, we're still working through some of the pieces in terms of who's responsible for implementation of changes that come about from some of those. The other thing that I want to for sure point out before I go any farther is just how much appreciation I have for William. He's been a remarkable partner in walking alongside of us and helping us get through the responses to the different stipulations. So I'm super thankful for him. Super thankful for all the different conversations we had on making sure that the process we've developed for making sure that master teachers have the 10 hours of professional development, and if they have any gaps, how we provide that and make sure that they follow through on their end. Pretty happy with that process now. I think we've got it solved. And going forward with the fall group who will come in, I think that process is pretty good. Well, I think it's really good, actually. We're obviously happy about finishing and making sure that the subject matter matrix is fully approved. So that's a big win for us too. Another thing that we worked through with our faculty, which is based on some of the survey data from the fall, was tightening up the master teacher evaluation forms that we use to make sure that one of the things that we're really trying to focus with our master teachers is couching the conversations they have with our candidates through the TPEs, so that if they notice that there's an area that needs improvement, they can tell them which TPE it's connected to, so that they can see the importance of the TPEs in their professional preparation, that it's not just this big list of things that the programs are responsible for. I'd say that group are the ones that we're the most pleased with so far at this point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jorgensen, and thank you for joining us again and sharing your results. It's now an opportunity for public comment. Any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
Thank you. And just for our opportunity for our committee members, are any questions you may have for the institution? I know last time you came here, Mr. Jorgensen, a lot of challenges your institution was facing. And it looks like you've risen to some challenges related to the programs, providing us with things we requested last time. It was a little, in my opinion, a little bit clearer this time with some of the links you provided. And I just encourage you to just continue the work and momentum moving forward. I know it hasn't been easy, but you're working hard towards getting these things met for your institution and more importantly for your students.
Sure, appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other question? We have Member Cervantes.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick because you're right, lunch is around the corner, but thank you for the efforts and also really for leaning in. Second quarter, glad you're looking at this as a continuous improvement, like the development of that infrastructure. I think that's very much appreciated. You made in a relatively short time progress in, strengthening TPA alignment, improving your pass rates, introducing multiple new data sources, right? Surveys, your revised evaluation tools, and also the continuous improvement calendar. I think that's great. I guess for me, it's also it's then like, how are you making sure you're looking at all these things and putting out there and making them coherent for yourself as a learning system? I'm always going to ask that question because it's not about checking off a bunch of boxes like, yeah, we did that. Yeah, we did that. It's like, no, is this all working? And perhaps maybe share an example of a change that has already resulted from this work, just to give us a glimpse on how you're evaluating the tools and the new data sources you're putting together.
Sure. Thanks for that question. One example I would give is at the candidate exit surveys that we sent at the end of the fall semester. We collected that data, sat down with our program faculty who teach in the program, and as a result of those conversations, we made quite a few changes to the evaluation forms for both master teachers and clinical supervisors to tighten up the alignment to the TPEs so that it wasn't just some type of performance measure that we're looking at, but what is the TPE connected to that measure? So that there was alignment throughout both of those evaluation forms.
Any other committee members? This is an action item. Is there any motion? Member Cervantes?
Yeah, I motion that we accept staff's recommendation that the Committee on Accreditation accept this report from Los Angeles Pacific University, but take no further action at this time as the program continues to address the stipulations placed upon it by the COA.
Member Hall's hand went up for a second. Second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. And again, thank you, Mr. Jorgensen, for your hard work and dedication, and Mr. Hatcher for joining us today as well. Keep up the solid work. For our committee members and for the public, we were able to get confirmation that action item number 16 is going to be moved to 1 o'clock. So we're actually going to be going on a break now until 1 p.m. At which point we'll do action item 16 followed by 17. So for item 17, you will be a little bit delayed. It won't be till at least 1:50. So then after that, there's no time sensitive items. So everyone enjoy your lunch. Which now we're on 15 minutes early. We do have to walk over there though. So that's
snuck in the last month.
everyone that's walking by. Thank you, Cheryl, for navigating. Are we off? Are we not being recorded, right?
Are we off?
Right on time. There she is. All right, we are all back from lunch and ready to go. Everybody looks like they're ready to go, right? Everybody's tired? No, here we go. We are on item 16. Item 16 is the report on the accreditation site visit team, San Bernardino City, USD. Consultant Dr. Frances Keller will present this item, and joining her today is team lead Roxana Stern and institutional representatives, Sarah Cloves, teacher induction program lead, Sarah McCain, coordinator employee development, Mary Pierce, development, director of employee development, and Shayna Smith, assistant director of employee development. Does anyone need to recuse themselves?
People are still coming in.
All right, we will wait just a moment to make sure everybody's there.
Thank you, everybody, for letting us put this off till 1 o'clock.
Yes, thank you for your flexibility and allowing us to get our tummies full. We appreciate it.
So we're missing Shayna and Mary.
They were not able to reschedule to the 1 o'clock time, so Shanna and Mary will not be joining us.
Okay, thank you so much for letting us know. Dr.
welcome.
Keller, welcome back. Will you go ahead and begin, please?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, committee members. It is my pleasure to present the report for the San Bernardino City Unified School District's accreditation site visit that was successfully conducted virtually from March 9th through the 11th of this year. The protocols for this visit were all in accordance with normal procedures for a virtual site visit. At this time, I'd like to thank institutional representatives, Sarah McCain and Sarah Cloves, both coordinator and program leads, for their teacher induction program and for the level of collaborative and thoughtful work to prepare for this visit. They were just so incredibly responsive and proactive throughout the process. I'm going to miss our monthly chats. So I'd also like to extend my deep appreciation for the wonderful work and collegial collaboration of our site team lead Roxana Stern, and our team members Beth Bythrow and Kim Nguyen. Their deep knowledge of our accreditation system and teacher induction as a whole, in addition to their expertise on educator development, resulted in conscientious and collaborative work. It was a joy to learn with and from them throughout this visit. I will now happily turn it over to our team lead, Roxana Stern, to present or to report on the visit and the team's findings.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Keller, and good afternoon, committee members. I wanted to thank the San Bernardino City Unified School District for their collaboration throughout this process. Every request that we made for documentation was responded to promptly, and to say that they were thorough is absolutely an understatement. It was, again, a delight and a pleasure to work with them, as well as with my review team colleagues and with Dr. Keller. And we found in general that this was a program that was I should back up by saying we followed the same review process as was described to you in detail in the first half of the meeting today. The program that when the Garden Grove program was reviewed, you received information about the detailed process. And we went through that same process. And you also have a 20-page report from us that describes all the documents that we went through. So I will summarize by saying that we found the San Bernardino City Unified School District teacher induction program to be a very well-resourced program, which is super impressive. They are serving 392 candidates this year, and that seems to be a typical number for them. This program is woven into the fabric of the district, and that begins with the new teacher orientation academy, and induction has a specific role that it plays in the new teacher in orientation. And throughout the year and throughout the program, the candidates resoundingly told us that they felt very well supported. There is evidence that the superintendent shared with us, which is so crucial for all of our school districts, is that there is a high rate of teacher retention, and they attribute that right back to that teacher induction program. Other indicators when we talk about program impact are that student achievement is increasing in San Bernardino City. The superintendent pointed to indicators such as the number of students who are proficient on statewide exams, the students who have satisfied A to G requirements, so they are college and career ready, and also their graduation rates are going up. And they tie that directly back to the preparation that new teachers are getting that's leading to them staying in the district and providing a robust experience for the students there. What we also found that stood out to us was that not only did the district check every mark, or to the program check every mark when it came to the evidence that they had to provide for the review, but they engage in an ongoing data review process that leads to adjustments, some of which are almost immediate. There are candidate level adjustments. If a candidate needs more support, they will get that for that candidate as quickly as possible in real time. It might be that the candidate has an additional experienced teacher who's supporting them, or they may be able to go to a demonstration classroom. Or if there are some program level changes that are needed, such as more support for education specialist teachers or more demonstration classrooms in general available across the program, we found that they very promptly responded to that. And the following year, the program had been beefed up to include all of those additional items that were needed. And it even got down to the redesign of the ILP to make it more user-friendly for the candidates. So those are some specific examples, and I could go on, but I won't. What we really arrived at was the conclusion that all standards for the teacher induction program were met. All the program standards were met. All the common standards were met. And so we unanimously agreed that we recommend accreditation for this program, and it is my pleasure to make that recommendation to you, committee members.
Thank you very much. We now invite the institutional representatives to briefly comment about the visit. We want to remind you that this isn't a time to dispute the team's report, but rather to provide any thoughts you had about the visit.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you to the committee and the accreditation team for your time and thoughtful review of our program. Just on behalf of our district, I want to express our appreciation for this process. It really gave us meaningful opportunity to reflect on our work and also hear directly from our educational partners. We are especially proud of our mentors and our participating teachers who are at the heart of our induction program. And we're very proud of the systems that we have built to support their growth. So we're grateful for the findings and remain committed to continuous improvement and in service of our teachers and students. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any public comments for this item?
There are no public comments.
Are there any questions or comments from committee members? Member Campbell.
Hello there. Thank you for your program that we're reading about today. I was taken by the portion about mentor training. It seems that you really have a robust system for training your mentors, not only new mentors, but ongoing training. And it sounded impressive. I wondered if you'd speak to that a little bit more. It looks like you probably have new mentors consistently because your program seems to continue to grow.
Yes, I can speak to that. So as part of our continuous improvement process, what we had found as our mentorship was growing, we have about 24 full-time mentors, and we have almost about 200 part-time mentors. Those part-time mentors primarily serve as full-time teachers and then support one, sometimes two new teachers. So what we found is that we have such a varying degree of seasoned mentors who've been supporting new teachers for several years, and then we're training new teachers or new mentors. So we wanted to make sure that we were differentiating that support based on their coaching level and skills. So a couple of years ago, we decided we need to start breaking off the supports as we're training up new mentors and giving them very specific training based on those new mentor skills, new coaching workshops that are just developing those basic coaching skills. And then as the inquiry cycle goes on, we would bring all of our mentors together and as a PLC. So we're also providing, we started these virtual office hours. So weekly, both our seasoned and new mentors can come in either before or after school just to have some one-on-one time with our mentors to pop and ask quick questions about program processes anything having to do with logistics to relationship building, just do a quick check for them. And then we're also doing, weekly email supports, and then a very robust review system. So we're always thinking out of the box, anything creative we can do to support our vast mentor system.
And if I can add, once those mentors are all merged, come around November, so we have the monthly PD, and as Sarah shared earlier, it was differentiated by novice mentors and experienced mentors. Once we get them together in a whole group at the end of each mentor training session, we have differentiated support as well. So when we're talking about our different program processes, they get to select which session. After learning about all of them, they then get to choose which process they'd like to learn more about. And so at the end of each mentor session, they get to go around and have their individualized questions also answered in person.
Thank you.
Co-Chair McKee.
So again, I commend you for what you're doing as a program. Two highlights that I think really stick out is that your district's invested in an employee development department. That's that's pretty impressive because that's what should be done, right? At the very beginning, and all the investment of a brand new person has the entire, I think it was a 3-day orientation or 3 days of workshops and training. So they're hitting the ground running, ready to go. You're not just catching them when problems happen. So my curiosity then, because of the high retention, and we all know that school districts have declining enrollment, can you speak to how your enrollment went up 240 candidates? Is there a high retirement happening? Was there a golden handshake? Because if you're retaining people, why are you increasing? And maybe that's just a systematic piece that we don't know.
So there are a couple of reasons for that. So natural attrition, because we do have about 8,000 employees, about half of that are teachers. So there is natural attrition with retirements and such. But in addition to that, because we have ample funding in a district our size with our high Title I population, our district made an investment in assigning or creating TOSA level positions, MTSS coordinators at every site throughout the district, and we have about 80 schools. So one of the reasons why we had a large hiring of novice educators was because those positions were often filled by promoted teachers, creating a need for 80 additional teachers. But we tend to have, through natural attrition, we tend to hire a lot of teachers each year anyway, but that created an additional need for hiring.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And it sounds like you guys have built in the capacity for sustainability. I'm just hoping those numbers are doubling every single year.
No, we don't anticipate that this next year. So
awesome. Well, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? All right, this is an action item. Do I have a motion? Member Cervantes?
A motion that we accept staff's recommendation of accreditation for San Bernardino City Unified School District.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Oh, that whole side of the room over there. Member Bryant, I saw you first. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right, thank you, Ms. Stern, Ms. Klobes, Ms. McCain, Ms. Pierce, Ms. Smith, and Dr. Keller. Everybody who is not here that couldn't make the meeting because we needed to change some things, and thank you for being flexible. But amazing work on your induction program. Just thank you for supporting our new teachers and really working on that retention piece. It says a lot for your induction program and districts. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Very excited.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 17. And good news, everybody. Now we're only 15 minutes behind. So we're kind of almost on track, and we appreciate the next agenda item, Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. There was a little delay here, but we're right back almost on track. So thank you for your flexibility. Item 17 is the report of the accreditation site visit team to Fresno County Superintendent of Schools with consultant Roxanne Perdue here in person to present this item. Joining her today is team lead Dr. Amanda Baird with institutional representatives. Catherine Baragia, CASC Content Coordinator, Mike McCollum, CTE Content Coordinator, Margot Perkins, CTE Director, Rachel Miller, Teacher Induction Director, and Manjit Singh, Senior Director of Teacher Development. Will anybody be recusing themselves? Nobody? So Miss Purdue, good afternoon. You can begin.
We were going to be afternoon anyway, so we're on time. We're going to say wait 15 minutes just in case.
I think do we have everybody? 1, 2, 3. I think we do. Excellent. So, all right. Thank you.
Afternoon, committee members. It's my pleasure to present item number 17 for our site visit with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, which I shall refer to as Fresno County SS. You're going to hear some other people refer to it as FCSS. So all of the above. The visit took place virtually from March 22nd through 25th. The wonderful total of 378 interviews took place, and the visit was conducted within all normal protocols for a virtual site visit. In both preparing for and during the site visit, Fresno County SS was led by a team, as is evident by all of those present today. I'd like to point out that collaboration in all areas, both internal and external, became quite evident as a strength for Fresno County SS. They work in different divisions, each program, and yet they work together so well. And that made it so much easier to do my job and our team's job when we had the site visit. The Fresno SS team were excellent in preparing for the site visit and responsive to our requests in a comprehensive and timely manner. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to thank both the Fresno site visit team and our team lead, Dr. Amanda Baird, for an excellent site visit that was thorough process where we all truly learned and grew in our roles. Now I'll turn the microphone over to our team lead, Dr. Baird.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. It's my pleasure to report on Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. I'd first like to thank our entire team, Jessica Brown, Hillary Harrell, Roxanne Bedia, and Tammy Patton, who took time away from their normal programs and job responsibilities to dedicate over 3 days interviews and good conversations and writing to contribute to this final report. And then thank you to Roxanne Purdue for always being there to help guide us as we needed it throughout the visit and leading up to it. And then Fresno County, we always knew that we could ask anything, and usually within 10 minutes, you guys always had an answer for us and were able to provide evidence. And so that makes it a lot easier on the team as we engage. Overall, I'd say Fresno County is very focused on supporting all of the school districts that they support, from institutions as small as only having 17 students to over 70,000 students. So there is a wide variety of the community that they serve, and they feel largely that the programs that they offer are non-negotiable because their districts and partners rely on the supports and the resources, and their goal is to keep teachers and administrators in the field. And throughout our visit, either document review or conducting interviews, we came to the conclusion that we recommend full accreditation. We found that all of the common standards were met. For teacher induction, we found 5 standards to be met, 1 standard to be met with concern. For CTE, all 16 standards to be met. And for the Clear Administrative Services Program, we found all 6 standards to be met.
Thank you so much. We now will invite 1 or 2 institutional representatives to briefly comment about the visit. We remind you that this is not a time to dispute the team's report, but rather a time to provide any thoughts you had about the visit. So would 1 or 2 people like to share?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. We at FCSS would just like to thank the entire site visit team for their time, their professionalism, and their thoughtful feedback throughout the entire site visit process. We also want to extend a special thank you to our site visit lead, Amanda Baird, and our CTC consultant, Roxanne Perdue, for their guidance and support over the last several months. This experience really provided an opportunity for us to strengthen our collaboration across the 3 programs. We've always been great collaborators as 3 programs, but truly preparing for the site visit and participating in the last few accreditation activities together really allowed us to take a deeper dive and take a closer look at the systems we have in place to see what we can do to further refine these to better serve the students and educators of Fresno County. We are especially proud of the strong relationships we have built with our district partners, our candidates, our coaches, and these relationships really continue to be the foundation of our program and this culture that we've created within the programs. These partnerships reflect our shared commitment to developing skilled, reflective educators that are prepared to serve the diverse communities that we have here in Fresno County. And we are honored to receive the recommendation of full accreditation, and we are going to remain committed to the continuous improvement of our programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have an opportunity for a public comment. Do we have any public comment?
No public comments.
Thank you. Opportunity for any of our committee members. Any questions you have or anything you want to share? I'll share one thing. As I read your reports, which are very thorough, and what was striking to me is how complex your organization is and how well connected. To me, my perspective, a model. We see a lot of institutions come before us and things that in different departments, and typically it doesn't work, right? We sometimes like, how can we get things housed in one place? I kept reading sections over and over again. This is housed in one area and this is housed somewhere else, but it all works. So speak to me, what's the magic? How do you get things sitting in so many distinctly different places, but it's one well-oiled machine? Because you might have something you need a trademark here.
Go ahead, Mandy.
I think we really intentionally try to not stay in silos and break those silos and know that there's so much expertise across our organization and to really tap into that to the benefit of our students and educators.
And to go along with that, again, the intentionality and really using improvement science tools within our departments to recognize that we need to continue to improve even the breakdown of silos and how we continue to use communication and truly integrate and weave through all of our areas and not just rely on those siloed effects. So it's definitely intentional.
From my perspective, impressive. So thank you for your hard work and the intentionality of that. Yes, Member Cervantes.
Yeah, no, I want to echo Chairman McKee's comment here. Strong appreciation for the strength of your program, especially the level of support and coordination across so many districts. It takes more than a smile, so kudos on that. I did want to ask about the individual learning plan noted in Standard 3. Just really curious about how you're building in regular structured opportunities for candidates and coaches to revisit and adjust that ILP based on progress, right? Rather than relying on the candidate to initiate those changes. And I really do think that this helps also condition how a new teacher sees the districts responding to them, right? So just curious on some thoughts on maybe an initiative or a way in which you're trying to address or curb that for the future. Yeah.
I went ahead and I unmuted myself. Hello, I'm the director for teacher induction. We're really grateful for the feedback that we received to have us take a moment to think a little bit more on what that means. Because for us, the way that we have kind of projected or we've shared the opportunity with our teachers, we're like, well, that's part of the process. Making those changes and evolving in your reflection, it's part of the process, but we recognize through the interviews that some teachers didn't understand that was part of the process and they needed more guidance. And like you'd mentioned, structured opportunities to think about when modification might be needed. And so that was really again, we had, we're kind of looking at how do we make that a little bit more clear directly on the ILP itself, because speaking to modifying the ILP was not written on our ILP before. And so now it's kind of written ad. We got that feedback before the final report, and we're like, oh my goodness, like we need to add this. One is like an introduction to the ILP, but then even questions that we have, the reflective questions that we have on the ILP itself for teachers to reflect upon their progress, their learnings. There can be a very natural question on what modifications might you need to make next. And so thinking about the questions that are written directly on the ILP itself. And then one additional piece that I thought, oh, this would be a really natural way for us to support coaches, to support their teachers in this process, is we have, we call it our sample guiding questions, which coaches use to guide their weekly meetings with their teachers. And there's a section for conversation around the ILP every week. And so we don't have a question on there about modifying their ILP in the sample guiding questions. So in addition to having it on the ILP itself for the teachers to be able to reflect upon, having it in the coach's hands as kind of like one of the, I think we have right now 4 questions for them to ask. And so to have that kind of embedded in there as well. And so again, it was a really great piece for us to reflect upon. And we're already, as we're planning for the following school year, looking at how we really want to firm that up. And then, sorry, one last piece to mention is that at our beginning of the year meeting, I think making it very clear to teachers, because this came up in a comment that, oh, I don't want this to extend my timeline. And so to ensure that they know this is part of the process, this is just a natural part of learning and growing as a professional. And so I think the way that we even speak to it as we launch the development of the ILP, we just need to be clear that this is again, it's part of the process. And so I appreciate you asking that question, because we're kind of getting deeper and deeper and more detailed on what that'll look like.
No, I appreciate the reflection and the answer, and I think you're getting at making sure this ILP is a living tool and not just a static requirement. And I think you're really working towards that. So thank you. No, thank you for your intentionality and for taking the feedback and applying it and modifying.
Thank you.
Any other committee members? Also an action item. So if no other questions, anyone that would want to make a recommendation. We have Member Hillis.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of accreditation for Fresno County Superintendent of Schools.
We have a second, Member Joe. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Well, congratulations on a job well done. Motion carries unanimously. Well done. We wish you the absolute best. Keep up the amazing work and collaboration.
All right, we're moving on to item 18. Item 18 is the actions taken to address stipulations for LA County Office of Education. Consultant Jake Schuler will present this item. Joining him here today is Institutional Representative Rami Christofi, Director 1, Beginning Teacher Programs, Human Resource Services. Does anyone need to recuse themselves? Member Hollis? Anyone else? Hey, good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Schuler. Will you begin, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Good to see everyone again. Hope lunch was okay.
Wonderful.
And great job catching up on the timing today. Let's see who's here. I can see back of my head. Hi, Rami. Sarah.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Thomas.
That's okay. Should we wait on Tom, or should we start, Sarah and Rami?
No, Tom had an urgent matter to address, so he has to be excused.
Okay, no problem. And I think Nancy is joining as well. She doesn't need to come on screen, but just saying hello to Nancy. Maybe Linda was on, and Amy is there as well from LACO. So just yeah, wanted to start by saying it's been a pleasure to work with Rami and Sarah and Tom and their team over the past year. It's really been 2 years. And for Sarah and I, we had 2 site visits. So we worked together 8 years ago as well. So they're fantastic individuals. leading a fantastic team of professionals who care deeply about preparing great educators. So thank you so much to them for their partnership over the past few years. This item is a discussion of their final report addressing stipulations assigned at the April 2025 COA meeting following their February 2025 site visit, consistent with the recommendation of the site visit team. So at the April COA meeting, there were 5 stipulations. The first was around induction precondition 1, which requires candidates to begin their induction program within the first year of teaching. As you might remember, at the 6-month update report in October, the COA voted to remove that stipulation based on the work that was done by LACO in developing their processes. The second stipulation was for Common Standard 2, related to the requirement for the unit to ensure each program has a clearly defined process in place to identify and support candidates who need additional assistance to meet competencies. To address this, LACO has integrated systematic processes inspired by the principles of MTSS across all credentialing programs. And you'll see in their full report that they've addressed this in depth. The third stipulation was Program Standard 3 for multiple subject, single subject and ed specialist around clinical practice. In relation to this stipulation, they've developed and implemented a plan to ensure that all district employed supervisors remain current in the knowledge and skills necessary for effective supervision and are fully informed of program expectations related to their roles and responsibilities. As you'll see in the full report, they've detailed the process and they may want to speak to that as well today. Next was related to the Extensive Support Needs Credential Program. The stipulation required LACO to submit evidence of candidate coursework and clinical practice that addressed each of the ESN-specific TPEs. For this stipulation, LACO has created additional course sections and differentiated assignments for ESN candidates, as well as additional training for faculty. The last stipulation was for designated subjects. For adult education and CTE programs to develop a process ensuring that all candidates are evaluated, assisted, and guided by supervisors throughout the period of their preliminary credential. You'll see in the report that LACO has developed tools to ensure this supervision, and they can provide additional comments as well today. Mission staff are recommending removal of all stipulations, and I will now turn it over to Sarah and Rami to provide any further comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schuler, and thank you, Board and Commission. It has been a pleasure working with Jake, and we truly appreciate the process. We firmly believe in the continuous improvement process, and we work to refine our programming. We do have 7 programs operating here at Los Angeles County Office of Education. We're very proud of the rigorous programs that we offer, and also looking for opportunities to make the experience really enjoyable for our candidates. After all, we hope to inspire them to continue in the profession until retirement. So we are very, very proud of the programming that we offer. We're also very proud of the refinements that we've made to address each of these stipulations. We are open to any other supports and any other recommendations. Thank you.
Hey, are there any public comments for this item?
There are no public comments.
All right, we will turn it over to committee members for comments or concerns or questions. Yes, Member Hall.
I do have a question. This is actually the 3rd time today we've seen a reference to just-in-time supports for mentor teachers. And I was wondering if you could explain more detail what that means.
With our current programming for just-in-time supports, those are things systematically in place to provide support to our candidates right away rather than waiting for a long period of time to address those needs. within our procedures and within our paperwork and documentation, those items are there, and they're designed also to be proactive so that they are not necessarily left to be discovered later on at a later time, which may be sometimes a little too late to address or more difficult to address if they're not caught in time. So those supports are pretty much the idea of just in time. Not only is within our induction programming, but also we've applied those to our intern program to try to catch any of the candidates proactively rather than waiting until they're almost done with their coursework or even halfway done with their coursework. We want to make sure that we address any concerns and any issues before they really arise and become issues.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. I guess my follow-up question is, what are those things? I appreciate there are just in time, but what are the things that are actually being provided?
So for our intern program specifically based on the Common Standard 2, it is really adapting the MTSS process or the MTSS procedures that we normally see at our school. So supports such as wellness checks. We have regular wellness checks. We have additional supports at the 3-week and the 5-week mark of coursework. The coordinator reviews those courses. In addition, we have a coordinator that supports the instructors to help them identify students beforehand as they are completing the grading within the coursework so that they can reach out to the students proactively before they are moving too far along in the courses.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Member Bryant.
Can you tell me more about the wellness checks, the structure, the process?
Yes, and I believe Dr. Medler can speak a little bit more to the wellness checks, but those are again designed to make sure that the looking at having the supports, not just academically, but also social emotionally. As these discussions are happening with the coordinator, we may find that the candidate may be struggling with certain supports or struggling with certain difficulties that are beyond the classroom and beyond the academics. So we provide it's not only internal supports with LACO, we do have a program called EASE that we can offer our candidates, but also additional guidance through the coordinator in navigating some of those not so academic type of needs. So this is something that LACO, I think, prides itself upon. I know our current superintendent really wants to look at the wellness of the candidates as well. So those are additional to the academics, more for the mental health and mental well-being of our candidates.
Are they built into the structure of the program as part of the process, or are they voluntary? The candidates engage in them if they feel like what's the process?
So we have a couple of different structures in place depending on the program. So some are as simple as a mood meter, checking in when we run candidate group meetings. But then we've also put together as coordinators a wellness phone call tracking survey so that we are at random, all of us periodically throughout the year, doing spot checks on candidates, just calling saying, hey, how are things going? What's going well? What supports do you need? We're also trying to put into place TPA buddy partners so that the candidates and even mentors can be partnered up and be checking on each other as well. So we're trying to approach it from different angles to make sure that, like Rami said, that the social emotional aspect is being taken into consideration and we're not just moving folks through requirements.
Any other questions? Right, this is an action item. Do I have a motion we have quorum?
We do.
Motion? Yes, Member Jones.
I move that we accept this report and the recommendation to remove the remaining stipulations from the Los Angeles County Office of Education and change the accreditation status from accreditation with stipulations to accreditation.
Do I have a second? Member Leggett? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Oh, motion carries. Thank you so much for all of your hard work, and it is evidence that you have really practiced what you preached and put in into place a lot of hopefully sustainable practices. But I think that from reviewing the reports and everything that you have submitted, it looks like you're really moving in the right direction. So continued success, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Item number 19 is the discussion of the handbook guidance regarding provisional site visits. I'm going to pass this over to Administrator Cheryl Hickey, who will present this item.
Yes, thank you. This item actually should be presented by Francis Hart and Miranda, but all three are on site visits, so I'm sort of stepping in. This item addresses something that we never had predicted until last meeting, and you probably remember it, where we had a provisional site visit where the team recommended accreditation with the 7th year report. And the reason that becomes a little problematic is because you've also made the decision, and the commission has made the decision to change their IIA process so that anything with any stipulations stays with the commission, stays with the COA until those are addressed. Then we move forward to the commission. So 7th year report usually means there's something that was still needing to be done. And so that put us in a weird position to think about. So they're recommending full accreditation, which means it goes forward to the commission, but it's a 7th year report, which means it stays here. Yeah. So we had to kind of think about how we want to do that going forward in the future. And so I'm kind of glad that came up. It was just something we didn't think about at the time. So what we're suggesting is that we come up with a policy as to how to deal with that. What we end up doing with that is a result of what your discussion will be today, and whether it is just guidance for the teams or whether it's something that is a change in the handbook is kind of up to all of you. But we're proposing that option be taken off the table for any institution going through provisional site visits. So it's either a full accreditation or it's accreditation with stipulations. It's not the 7th year report. So that's number one. And then the second discussion was whether we should, and this is something we just are adding here for your conversation, because we were thinking about this as we were looking through this item, or thinking about this item, is should we make it automatic that if there is one common standard or one program standard found to be less than fully met, then it has to be accreditation with stipulations? That's a bigger change. But we wanted to put that out here for our conversation with you to figure out where do we go with that. So I just leave it at that, and we're happy to have this conversation and then come back with either guidance for the team or a change in the handbook that we can present in some language.
Any committee members want to ask, or we'll start with Member Jones.
So speaking to the first part, it does make sense to me that if something is deemed less than fully met for the preliminary approval process, that it wouldn't move forward. That it would only move forward to the commission with, accreditation as a recommendation. And without a 7th year report, I think it makes sense to take that option off the table, because that's a stipulation. I think, and if that's where we land as a recommendation, then I think it doesn't make sense to me. Well, no, it feels a little more squishy to me to say that that's guidance to teams. I think if that's the guidance to teams, then it needs to be in the handbook.
Okay.
Then it's clear. There's no interpretation.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
So for consistency's sake. That's all my 2 cents.
It makes sense that things shouldn't sit in two different worlds. I think provisionally they're here because they have to have their program has to be set and ready to go. If their program's not set and ready to go, it shouldn't move beyond.
And we want to set them up for success in front of the commission. We don't want the commission
Yeah.
to stop it because there's something hanging
It
there.
goes back this way anyway. So it's like,
Okay.
but I agree, it should be in writing and in the handbook and not just something that would happen maybe accidentally down the road. It's just like, this is the process.
And I would say that, yeah, we often share, I haven't been on a site visit in a little while, but site visit consultants often share those sections of the handbook with an institution as part of the preparation for the visit. These are all the kinds of decisions that could be made, and this is the implication for them. So it would be nice, I think, if it was in the handbook.
Right. Everybody seemed to be in agreement there. Okay, so what we'll do on that issue is we'll write up something, bring it back to your June meeting, and then you could approve it for the inclusion in the handbook. Yeah.
I'm just curious, if they do come in with stipulations, major stipulations, the timeline for possibly getting those, because these programs have pushed the boulder up the hill.
Yes.
Pretty far, and I'm sure they're wanting to get started before it came back to us. What do we see that turnaround being?
So if you're talking about provisional site visits, so provisional site visits with a site with a stipulation still has the year right now. They don't have to take the full year. As soon as we feel like we're confident that you're going to be confident in the decision, we'll bring it forward with you. But they don't have to wait the full year. But sometimes they might need it if it's if it's major stipulations. Sometimes they do need the full year. Yeah, it's the 1 year.
They have the option if you move quicker, if.
Yes, absolutely.
Bandwidth to reschedule. Okay.
Certainly can do that.
Sounds good.
You mentioned there's like 2 tiers, just a wondering throwing out there. Because this says if more than one common standard or relevant program standard are found less to be fully met, they have to be with stipulations. I'm wondering, they're provisional. Shouldn't they have to meet everything? Why is it more than one? Why can't it just be, it has to be met or it's stipulations? Because if they have one, the way this reads it, if they have one not met, they could still get accredited. But then we're sending programs out there that aren't. They're starting off a step behind and they should start off met.
With everything.
Yeah.
That
Not more
certainly,
points.
yep, absolutely. We're proposing you more than, that it can't be more than one. But if you think it needs to be all standards met, then
I would throw it out there.
that is something, that particular thing, I think we have to bring to the commission. But we'd have to bring it to the commission anyways, because it's a change in their IIA process, but we'd have to go back and look just to make sure that that's the case.
Only because we don't see them for 7 more years, so we're already approving a program that's already not doing what they should be doing in at least one area. Worries me for educator preparation. We're approving them saying that we know you're not doing fully what you should do, but you're still, I don't know what anyone else's thoughts are, but should it be more than one or one or that or?
I think I side with you on that, that for an initial, seems like it should be all met.
Provisional, yeah, because they're trying to get started.
That's good, solid foundation.
I'm curious what Erin thinks. Oh, so go ahead.
Are you?
I'm putting Erin on the spot.
I am thinking about it. I can see the argument very easily and very clearly that it's a new institution. Sometimes that's where I hiccup. It's a new institution sometimes going through IA. Sometimes it's not. For instance, you're going to look at Arizona State University soon. They're not a new institution. And on the flip side, we have the option for our regularly accredited institutions to sometimes have a couple standards that are not fully met, but they're allowed to receive full accreditation just because they're already in our system. So it's just that's where my brain is going. I'm like, oh, I agree, but then, ooh, what does that mean for this other part of the thing that you all do? So.
Yeah, it reminds me of the TPA, how you could have the 1-1. Right? I just know that team I would feel a lot of pressure if I was in between, you know, on a standard, and I'd hate for them to maybe gloss over it in the report to not tip it over, right? So I can see the margin of error being one, as if it seems like something that is easily reconcilable.
We do typically ask the team to err on the side of a finding as opposed to not a finding, only because the finding, while we know the institutions don't, love it, it's an opportunity for further guidance from us, for further reflection from them. So we usually encourage them to err on the side of, if you're not sure if it's met, then say it's not yet.
Was there a particular institution that we had in mind in regards to this? Because I think one of my concerns is that if we have like too many choices, that we will be at a place of a longer discussion, if you know what I'm saying. So that is one concern that I have. I don't know, was there an institution in consideration? But
it's not meant for any particular
one.
It's more of a general consistent, what is our consistent process?
So the purpose of this additional option is, what's our bigger purpose?
I think the purpose is that for provisional site visits, those are institutions that have gone through the process of getting in, they've gone through the commission to become eligible. They've gotten the COA approval for a program. They've now run their program for 2 to 3 years, and now they're before they have a site visit at the end of the process to be part of our regular California program sponsor community and are allowed to. So there's that last spot where they go here for the site visit, and then when it gets cleared, it goes to the commission for final approval. So it's a long process. It's at least
because
4 or
of the
5
length
years.
process.
Yeah.
Well, the consultant for a year, right?
With the consultant for a year,
So
yes.
it's not like they're independently, that it's a site visit and something went wonky. They had advice from the CTC for an entire year that this needs to be the way it is, right?
Yeah, but the CTC consultant doesn't always know what the finding might be. I mean, sometimes it's not until we're at the site visit where we'll know what the finding is. I mean,
So
we
it's-
can't predict.
And unless it's a blatant misalignment with a standard, we actually walk a very fine line between telling an institution how to fix it, which we don't do, again, unless it's blatant, and asking the institution to really think about what their process, what their policy is, what it is that they're doing it, so that we don't then end up at the site visit and have the team make a finding, and then the institution leadership looks at the consultant and says, you told me to do it this way.
Yeah.
And now the team is telling me it's not right. So we live in a very kind of gray area. We just try to provide support, but it's usually, you might want to think about this thing, and how do you feel that that's meeting the standard? Right.
I mean, I think there's an aspect here of subjectivity. Like, how do I ignore a minor gap? However, I'm defining it, however, I'm calibrated with my colleagues, right? And everyone does it. I mean, for as much as there's consistency, they're individuals, right? So there could be a variance. And how do I avoid setting up a process where I have to escalate to stipulations with them block approval potentially, right? So I also don't want to get into overcorrection, because that gets dicey, and so then more programs will get stipulations that, or what could essentially be a minor documentation gap or a minor thing they could have addressed.
Opposite.
Or the
They
opposite.
won't get stipulations because everybody's afraid.
Yeah.
Team's afraid.
It's a very-
I don't
yeah,
wanna
yeah.
back an institution,
Yeah.
You want to, sure.
We don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do something that I know student staff loves a lot. Ask for more information. No, I mean, so when you were saying, when you were talking about how long this process already is getting up till that site visit. That sort of tipped me over into Chair McGee's camp that at some point we have to say you're 100% ready. But I'm also mindful of not setting the boundaries so high that it's just a discouraging carousel. And so my question is, how often has it come up? That's
a good question.
Like, are we talking that one or two it might have kept, but 100 it didn't? Or is it like something that happens a lot?
That's a great question, and probably something we can have our IIA team look back at the recent institutions and kind of
If
pull
it's
that
really
data.
marginal, then I would say you gotta be 100% there. But if it's pretty common, then I would maybe rethink it.
Right. Then we will pull some data and take a look at it and come back to you with some of that information.
And we've seen programs by the time they get to our meeting. I remember Sarah Colombini, like this is already fixed, like they did it in the last 3 weeks. So like, good to go. Like we can correct it. They didn't their 7th year report and it was all done right there. Is that the institution has an opportunity to correct. And my recommendation or idea wasn't to be punitive, but if we're setting up students for success and this is the final step and we're saying, but the institution's not doing something, I worry about then what's our role of a body to support the students. But maybe it's a one-off, like you said. I'm like, this, I don't know. That's a good data point.
It is a really good.
And also not whatever the stipulation is related to, not everything can be fixed between the site visit and so there are varying degrees of what the stipulation is based on, how easily or quickly it can be turned around or modified or fixed or, whatever you want to call it.
And those were my thoughts on what, maybe I should have used a different word, not a minor gap, but like, even if you started to make progress on that thing, but it can't conceivably be turned around immediately. The fact that you're en route takes time.
Yeah. And that's often where a 7th year report is applied. But for a provisional institution, that doesn't make sense because accreditation, again,
Everything we're talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Another consideration could be, right now you have more than one common standard and or relevant program standard. If we just make it, or that would be a total of 1 instead of possibly 2, which would kind of be a middle ground around, there's 1 area as opposed to potentially 2 areas.
That's that feels a little bit more comfortable. I like the middle ground, like we're not asking for perfection.
Really close. Okay. I actually like that middle ground.
That's good.
So we'll come back at the next meeting with some data and then some possible options for you to consider.
Can I throw out something possibly messy, but I don't know if worth consideration, so I will speak it into the room. Would there be a scenario in which the COA might want the authority, and again, we would have to talk to the commission about this, to say to an institution, we recognize that you have a standard here that's not fully met and that you're being recommended for full accreditation, but we're concerned about this standard that's not fully met and we don't want to put you forward to the commission yet. So it would be instead of an automatically full accreditation, they go directly to the commission. It would leave it at your discretion, even if it's full accreditation, depending on what the finding is related. It leaves it more in your hands. It's certainly could be messier. I can't think of a better word. Messy sounds so negative, but
that was my concern about the debate. That's you just pinpointed it.
Okay. And that was something you don't want to have happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because then we may spend a half hour trying to figure out what to do.
How bad.
Right. And once you do it, and this is a place I live in all the time, once you do it, whatever you do, you've set a precedent. So then the next institution that comes before you with the same thing, then you have the issue of consistency. Yeah,
we've
yeah,
established.
and that can get messy. Then it is messy, yeah.
And then we see complex programs like Fresno County today.
Mhm.
Hey, full accreditation, there wasn't any like really red flag, and there could be something in it that, oh, maybe they could do this a little bit stronger. We're not saying that, but I mean, it's possible to launch a successful complex program and keep it up running.
And
Well, this makes me remember conversations in previous COA configurations about whether or not there's like a MET and then there's like a super MET. And all the standards are, wow, you're A+ gold star. And we kept coming back to no.
Yeah.
And so the distinction, that's the distinction is you met it all at a minimally proficient level or better.
Yeah, the Kleenex box is not a shoe. Yeah.
the point I could see getting messy though is because some of them are new, right? So it might have looked great on paper.
Yeah.
They tried it, they realized it didn't work. They are doing that continuous improvement, but those interviews during that visit led to the report. Right. But they're already working on it. So if it's just in that like one area, and like we said, maybe it's an area where they could say, hey, they are already working on this, that can be fixed. Maybe it's not. So that's where I think maybe a little grace. If we see they are being proactive with this stuff, which again, I think hopefully most of the reports are so well written, we can see that in there, where I just want to retain a little grace for those hardworking folks.
Remember Brian shared
Yeah.
or like
Yeah, I like
maybe
that.
grace on one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we still are struggling a little bit, I think, right, with calibration of the teams. We haven't gone back to that yet. So, I mean, I was on a site visit not that long ago, and I can definitely say there needs to be more calibration with the teams. So there's a lot of discussion that feels a little bit qualitative around like, well, it is or it isn't.
Yeah.
And then we accept that as like, that's the gospel.
So, right. And when you have standards that are sometimes vague or can be interpreted in different ways.
Even when you look through the reports just today, right, they're written differently and the same standards not met, but not met with something different, or the responses are the same. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, calibration is a challenge.
Dissertation on just the report.
Well, good. I think this is super helpful. I really appreciate it. So I think we can come back next time with some additional information and some possible language for you. Any other?
We're on the right track.
Yeah.
No, that's
Okay. Great.
Thank you. Great conversation. We are moving on to item 20. Item 20 is the discussion of proposed updates to process related to experimental program standards. Consultant Dr. Tim Weeks will present this item. Good afternoon again.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Please just go ahead and fill us in. What's going on?
Okay, all right. So good afternoon, committee members. All right, we're bringing item 20 to you today to begin discussions about revising the process used to approve new programs under the experimental program standards. The proposed changes are intended to better align the approval process with the current accreditation practices, however, without restricting or undermining the innovative approach inherent within the process and standards for experimental programs. As a bit of background, the experimental program option is provided for in Education Code 44273, subsection B, was designed to encourage innovation in educator preparation with the aim of improving professional practice for the benefit of all students in California. In 2006, a work group was convened to review and propose changes to the experimental program option. And in 2007, a set of revised standards was drafted and subsequently adopted by the Commission at its March 2008 meeting. In March 2008, there was an agenda item that it reported that less than 30 programs had been approved on the experimental program standards between 1986, when they were first installed, and then 2008, when the revisions were made. However, a recent search of Commission records only uncovered 4 programs that had been approved since these standards had been in effect, and this occurred between 1996 and 2010. The two of the programs that were approved after the 2008 revisions were Cal Poly Administrative Services Credential. That was in 2010. And then there was a UC Berkeley Single Subject Credential program that was approved in May of 2010. And then there were two experimental programs approved prior to the 2008 revision, and they were both by UC San Diego for multiple subject teacher credential programs, and one was in 1996 and the other in 2006. So before jumping into a discussion or the summary of the proposed changes, we would just like to make clear that the revisions we are proposing only affect the approval process and not the standards themselves, which are the purview of the commission. So what we're proposing is that under the current proposed revisions for experimental standards, that section 1, which is now listed as procedures for submitting an experimental program for commission approval, be separated into two specific areas.
That's on page 4.
That's on page 4, yes. And I think that's what I'm on. I can probably bring it up as a split screen. So the proposed revisions are intended to help better align this process with the relevant educator preparation performance expectations, program preconditions, and common standards. As you can see, these revisions involve restructuring each part of the process into two sections, and then giving each section its own title. So the procedures for submitting an experimental program for commission approval will be split into number 1, preliminary review of concept, and number 2, initial program review / approval of experimental programs. So the preliminary review of concept section would describe the documentation and the process needed for programs to submit an overview or outline of the concept for commission staff to review. And this would be done prior to the development of a full proposal that will be used for the approval process. In essence, it would serve as sort of a proof of concept before the full submission is sent into the commission. The next section, the initial program review / approval of experimental programs, would describe the documentation required to seek initial approval for the experimental program. That would include the preconditions, an abbreviated version of the common standards similar to what is submitted for the IPR, the standards for experimental programs, and then all the related performance expectations, possibly in the course of a course matrix. Now, the addition of the preconditions is to ensure that the proposed program is aligned with the relevant ed code, commission policies, and the common standards is to ensure that the proposed program will be supported by and aligned with the institution's existing infrastructure. The performance expectations are included to ensure that the program's outcomes meet state standards around educator quality. Finally, we are recommending that during the approval process, a determination be made about the length of the time for which the experimental program will be able to operate under experimental status, and that a maximum period would remain 7 years, but that determination be made exactly how long the program will operate in experimental status during the approval. So next, under the section procedures for implementing an experimental program, we're also proposing that that be broken up into two sections. Section 1 would be the procedures for implementing an experimental program, and section 2 would be at the conclusion of the experimental time limit. So the existing procedures currently state that experimental programs participate in all accreditation activities in concert with the institution or program sponsor's schedule. The proposed revisions would simply list out what those accreditation activities will be. So as part of today's and future discussions, we would also like to gather committee member input on the possible advantages and disadvantages of having experimental programs included in the program review. We are also proposing a more detailed list of items that should be addressed in the status report. This would include 1, an evaluation of the topic of investigation and research questions, hypothesis, or objectives that the program has been examining, and that's required under the program standards for the experimental programs. And then 2, we'd also be asking for some relevant outcome data, including but not limited to performance assessments results, if applicable to the program completion data, if that's available, retention data, employment data for candidates who have completed the program and been employed, and then also completer surveys and other employment data. We are also proposing that the status report be submitted in year 4 of a 7-year experimental implementation period if it is approved for 7 years. However, if we were to decide on a variable period of implementation, then we would suggest that the status report be left as it is and be submitted halfway through the experimental process. Also, we would like to know or ask whether or not there could be a benefit to including experimental programs in site visit activities. We included in the revisions that the report to the site visit team will not include program findings, but will summarize information shared by constituents about the quality of the program, lessons learned thus far, and also some form of outcome data for the program. But we would appreciate having a discussion about the additional resources required to do this versus the benefit of including experimental programs in the site visit activities. In the final section of the proposed process, we are asking programs to report explicitly on the goals for experimental programs, how the lessons learned could help improve educator preparation quality as a whole, and a discussion about some of the challenges faced, opportunities discovered, and the final outcomes of the process. So the proposed revisions that we've submitted are really meant to be started as a starting place for discussions about the specific amendments to the process that will be needed to bring the procedures and documentation required for approving and implementing experimental programs more in line with current accreditation practices in a way that does not stifle the commitment to innovation and continuous improvement inherent in the original process. So at this time, I would like to ask Cheryl if she would like to maybe include anything additional before we open it up for discussion. So Cheryl?
Sure, thank you. That was really helpful. So hopefully you had a chance to look through the standards themselves, and this tells you how long I've been here. I was around when these standards were redone, and you might have been here at the time. Were you here at the time? Okay.
50 years ago.
And the whole intent is it allows an institution to do something innovative, as Tim mentioned, not having to align with the current standards or to be restricted by the current standards. It leads to the same credential, and the candidates must show that they have the same skills, knowledge, and abilities as candidates coming out through more traditional programs. So the standards themselves, I took a look at. I didn't think they really needed updating because they were pretty broad and general. You may have a different perspective on that, and I'm happy to listen to that if we want to bring something to the commission. But this whole thing was just an effort to make sure we had our all of the things that we're supposed to do updated on our website to make sure if there's interest. And in fact, there has been some interest recently to these standards. And we are having a discussion, in fact, with UCLA, who's interested in a proposal. I do not know what they're proposing, but so it's good timing to revisit these. And so I think generally the big question for me is, part of it was just updating with our current processes, but the other part was thinking about where does it fit in the, so an institution comes up for a site visitor program review. What do we do with these documents now? And this particular program that's been approved. And that's the piece that I'm kind of getting stuck on, that I'd like some input. They're so different and so unique, and they're required to submit a mid-visit that's one of the things we're proposing, and an end of the period research kind of findings and what to do with it. I'm having trouble figuring out what we do in terms of a site visit, findings, those kinds of things, because it does, I'm not sure it fits there. So I'm throwing that out there as Tim says, as a point of discussion. There's no action today, but we will bring you back this in June with some further things. So open to discussion. Yes.
Question. So if my institution is up for a site visit in 2030 and I submit for an experimental program that gets approved to move forward in 2027, how would that site visit align? That feels chaotic to me.
That's the question.
Yes, that's a good question. Yeah.
Those things can happen now. For instance, an institution, one of the institutions that added a program today, I don't know what their cycles are, but they could have a site visit as soon as a year from now or 3 years from now. And so we always have to take that into consideration. Will there be completers? Okay, no. So we're not going to talk to them, but we'll talk to current candidates in various stages of the cycle. So that to me is not the most difficult question.
But if there's 3 programs that already did this, what did they do?
So
It was years and
it
years
was
ago.
years and years.
But aren't they still,
2010.
but aren't they still in an accreditation cycle?
Well, those no longer exist. So they have a finite period of time. One of them that I remember from years ago, and I don't know why, I have a big question about the data that we have on these. I don't think it was 30, and I'm not sure it was only 4. So it might have been somewhere in there. So I'm not really sure. And a lot of it has, goes back a couple of decades. So before we have a good counting period. Yeah, but one of them, from my understanding, was one of the original ASL programs that led to ASL as a world language and not as an ed specialist type of credential. It led to that. It led to a policy change statewide. And so I think what happens is they either become incorporated into, state policy or some sort of change, or they become part of a regular credential program at an institution. So that is a tricky question, because what happens at the end of the 7 years? And that I don't know the answer to that, because it could be any number of possibilities. So
It's my
process. Oh, please go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, is it the purpose of encouraging more universities to do this? Because looking at this, our institution has been really thinking about this, and we've written a proposal, and then we think about it, and then we're like, no, it's so it makes you not want to do it. So is the purpose to encourage universities to apply for this and do this more? Or, if you're keeping it as the current site visit, if you want to align it to the practices we have now with site visits, it seems more daunting to universities. And so for us, it's like, do we really want to put all this effort into it and go through the site visit as it is and do all this stuff? Or is it really experimental? And are you going to let us operate and do what we say we're going to do, and then at the end show all of our data? So that's kind of where we're at. So is the purpose to encourage, or is it to uphold policy?
And I think that is exactly the conundrum I'm thinking about as well. And that's why I'm having a hard time figuring out if it's in a site visit. It feels to me something outside of the site visit. And again, it's a gut feeling, like, I just don't know. One, there's logistics involved with, okay, we're not going to have anybody who is calibrated and understands these standards. So we've got to find the right reviewers for it. If part of the objective is to let them have the freedom to do what they can do, and as long as the candidates are coming out with those knowledge, skills, and abilities, what are the findings if it's mid-process? So that's, I'm kind of leaning towards, and it's just my perspective, maybe it's just outside of it, but I'm not sure. But yeah. So the way it was written before, I think it was, remind me, Tim, where it talked about.
General statement where it says that they would participate in all the institution's accreditation activities, but it doesn't specifically spell out what they are or how they should be included. So I'm trying to add more detail to that process.
That was when we had biennial reports.
Yeah, biennial reports, which would be our outcomes measures. So we still would require something, we're talking about the timeline, but.
I have 2 questions, because we've never done this in all the time that I've been here. Are the institutions required to notify candidates who participate in these experiment programs, that they are in an experimental program?
That's an excellent question. There's nothing, I think, in our, but that's a great question. And
I would think it would make sense. The candidate should know you're going to participate in something that isn't going to be just like the other teachers, and that may be a great thing. It also could be a little harder for you. I feel like candidates should be, and I'll bet they are, but if we have anything.
IRB.
The program's only 7 years and a candidate enrolls in year 6 and they don't finish something for whatever life circumstance, then they're out. I mean, I think they would have to be required to be told, because what if they go on maternity leave or some life circumstance and now they started a program that's not allowed to continue?
Right.
I love that. I think you're absolutely right.
My other question is, we didn't have performance assessment the last time one of these. Do candidates still have to pass a performance assessment? Because, right?
I was thinking my motivation to write an experimental program would be one that does not do the but no, not being snarky, but has a different kind of assessment and run the data against my traditional multiple subjects and my other
was
like that could be a reason to want to do one.
Yeah, and you wouldn't do it if upfront you feel like there's both upfront and an ongoing burden, right, on this reporting and research requirement, and then it'll dissuade maybe someone who's really trying to do something innovative, because my institution just doesn't have the strong research capacity, right? So then I think now equity, the types of institutions that now this lends itself to work for versus those who will not do the experiment, so to speak.
I have a basic and dumb question. If I do this and it's fabulous, can I just keep going indefinitely as experimental?
No, that's the, it has a definite end date of 7 years, but we have to, then something like that would have to be, I think, brought to the commission, you know?
Or the legislature.
Or the legislature, yeah.
It could result in here's a great way to operate a program that's never been considered in California before, but look how successful this was for these reasons. And then we go down, and then somebody would perhaps have to go get ed code changed. It could be the commission, it could be the program, it could, there's a million ways to do that piece.
I think that is like something up front, because if I do it and I'm like, oh, this is really great, I've built in a different type of performance assessment into my program, and it's really only like it's less time, less energy, blah, blah, blah. But now at the end, my reward is I get to go to the legislature and try to this is an option that
So
they
you
should-
retire on year 5.
Like, and so at least I want to know up front, like, one, it's not going to just die at the end. So this is written around like definitely a research model design. And two, that like there's some other pathway than that.
You would think in catalog, like your catalog, it would have to list experimental program or something like that. So,
I mean, all of that, like I can see being done, but if you put all the energy and effort and it is successful,
yeah,
like I'd want to be able to do it.
right, absolutely.
And you'd want to know that up front, like you're saying, I want that, okay.
I want to know up front, like that there's an option that I can do it, not just you can do this, and if it's fabulous or not, year 7, it's dead.
Yeah, so there's no recertification process.
Oh, right.
Member Campbell?
Oh, yeah. It just seems like the entire purpose is articulated in Standard 6. This is true contribution, scholarly contribution to the profession. So the ultimate outcome could be a report to the COE, maybe mid and end, to show all this data to get that backing, so we don't have to go to the legislature.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot of effort to just make that little contribution. We're like, I see it in sort of like a charter school, right? Sort of concept where like, well, then once this charter is very different, but it's been successful, so we get to continue. Or this charter was a nightmare, so out you go.
I just have one point for clarification, is that even though the experimental standards do sort of dictate how the program is implemented, they cannot or would not have an effect on the requirements for, let's say, the multiple subject preliminary. So if you were to have, say, an experimental program where you're using an alternative approach to the performance assessment, in order for those to, so that would be in effect throughout the operation or implementation of the experimental program. But once the candidates complete the program, they would still be required to meet the requirements for the preliminary.
Oh, right.
So they still take the TPA.
Why is that if we have it embedded differently? If our experiment is to show and then go to legislature and say, hey, this is why TPAs aren't effective, or this is more effective with program-based, within your program, like.
I think that the candidates still have to do the requirements. Now, that doesn't mean the program requirements, but they have to do the state requirements, taking the TPA, the literacy performance assessment, the whatever else might come down.
So under this model, could you use your, like Fresno did with the FAST, like you could build in your experimental model, a built-in TPA that would have to get approved separately, right? And then you wouldn't have to.
You could, institutions can create their own TPA now.
Right, yeah.
I just don't know. I mean, Ed Code says that candidates must take a TPA. I don't see an experimental program getting outside performance.
I don't either. Oh.
No. I know, but it came up early. Like maybe it was maybe.
It was my fault.
People are listening.
Pay attention.
Clarifications are.
Well, thank you.
So I have two questions that are totally separate. One is, has a glide path, a set of guidelines for a glide path been considered? So you're not either an experimental program within your 7 years, or you're a traditional program. But what about you're an experimental program that has a period of 7 years, you were very successful, and now here's your path for this to no longer be experimental, but folded into the regular. So that's A.
Yeah.
B, unrelated, is the question of the site visit. It seems to me it's kind of like I'm gonna misuse the analogy of parallel play. Like, could you have a small team or duo, whatever, that goes and does the appropriate activities with the experimental program, but does not, maybe at the same time as a regular accreditation activity, but does not be a part of that traditional report?
Say that last part again.
So go ahead.
We still would do kind of a mini site visit.
Okay.
Just with the experimental program. It doesn't have any bearing on the reporting.
Even if it's at the same time, but it's not, you're not trying to shoehorn it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's part of this. Yeah, absolutely. That's not a bad idea, actually.
I like that idea because then we could also get more information about the experimental and prepare if we want to support somebody going. It's like we're trying to get things changed.
I mean, it could be, so I jumped maybe the shark by jumping all the way to the legislature, but it could be as simple, but still formal as an experimental program, then taking the report or staff presenting the report or something to the commission to say that this program, this is what it did. And one of the findings was that commission's existing standards in areas X, Y, and Z could be improved by changing them so that they're closer to this so it could be something as simple as the experimental program showing places where the commission could modify standards, improve something like that. So it might not go all the way to the legislature. Sorry, I didn't mean to discourage anyone.
And Erin, for that sort of stays with staff, right? Meaning you all can then have a huddle and say, you know what, we saw that thing that came out of, that campus, and we're gonna.
It could be us, it could be the program, itself saying, we want to come and present this to the commission. We think it's worthwhile. There are other options besides just legislative.
But if you parallel play it, like I'm saying, then you could report here on those results. And so we would have like a systematic way of collecting that data and the results. And then we start to build an understanding of these experimental models, some things that are working potentially.
That's good.
Want to take it up.
Right.
And some things that might not be working.
Right.
And then other programs that want to do experimental models could also hear that. That's been tried. That didn't.
Are there people in the wings who are asking about this since it hasn't happened for 16 years?
Yes.
I was gonna say, it would serve not only us, but anybody else who's curious about this. to have a case study meeting, take something from even 16 years ago on how there was a maturation process. This thing got launched. I mean, I don't know. I think I often think of like whenever your first residency program came up, I'm sure that was innovative with respect to, you know, the traditional program. Sort of what were the steps? What kind of happened, right? You walk people through that journey and then they're like, okay, I see how this would be then eventually folded into something that we're all comfortable with.
I think that's a really good idea. We've tried to find the history of some of this, and Tim has been requesting all sorts of archived documents. And that we're kind of at a dearth of information, but yeah, absolutely going forward, that's what we need to do is to document that.
Sorry, microfilm maybe back there.
And can I ask, I know sometimes some of these things are IHE only, but would this potentially be open to county offices?
I don't see why not.
Nothing I've read.
The ed code is pretty open, I think.
Yeah.
It says we must have these experimental standards.
Not always. the
And
case.
partners.
Not always the case for county
And
offices.
then it could be partnerships too, right? Innovative partnerships.
Yeah.
One thing, so this experimental program would still need to meet the preconditions, the common standards.
I thought it only had to meet the experimental standards.
We are
apparently-
proposing that, and this is a proposal, that it still meet the preconditions and the common standards. We need to know where this fits with, I mean, what kind of support is the institution giving it, just like any other credential, in terms of resources, faculty qualifications, all of those things. Preconditions, it may be something we have to reconsider because some of them may not apply. The ones that are candidate based probably do, but I don't know about, it could, we might want to rethink that preconditions part of it.
If there's something in law.
Yeah, if it's something in law.
regulations, we don't
Yeah.
have the authority to leave them.
Right.
So those things might have to be applied.
Yeah, like candidates having completed subject matter. We couldn't waive that.
Yeah.
Or the intern support requirements, which are
Exactly.
conditions and regulations.
Yeah.
Except that they wouldn't be, well, they could be, I guess, proposing an experimental intern program.
The regulations, I think, do dictate what the minimum requirement is for support hours for interns, and it's also.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if they don't call it an experimental intern program, then they don't have to meet the intern requirements.
Yep.
Right.
So you're saying we have to have a third level, so we have to have preconditions, common standards, and then these standards on top of it?
Yes. Except preconditions, I'm putting a little caveat there because I think it would depend because preconditions are a mishmash of different ed code sections or commission policies. So I think the ones that apply to candidates particularly support, the ones that are in ed code or regs, I think we'd have to still do. There might be some in there that would not necessarily have to apply, but we'd have to go back and look.
It's a true experimental program, though. You think that you would uphold these standards. And yes, the ones that apply, but like the common standard, you would think that these would replace like the commons, the standards, since the institution's already doing the common standards and everything for their regular programs.
Well,
that begs an interesting question. Does an institution have to be approved?
Yes. Yes, it would have to be a program sponsor.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
this
it
is in
has to.
addition
We
to
could add that
not.
to be very clear.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the common standards, I think, are what that word is. It's common. Like it has to be, there has to be something threaded throughout. And so just like there's 3 levels for any program, preconditions, common standards, program standards, these are the program standard piece. They're just experimental. This stays, it's just this one piece that's going to be experimental. But how, like Francis and Hart created that guidance chart for preconditions, maybe on the guidance chart, it could say for experimental programs, this does not apply.
Good point.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
a
could
good
work.
idea.
Not that I got to the next agenda item on preconditions. That could be where it would fall when we have that report in June.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
Do we want to go to the next agenda item?
Yes.
Because the next agenda item is item 21, which is discussion of preconditions, which will be presented in June. So, it's a fast agenda item. Maybe it's all timing.
Wrap up on this one, so, I think I hear what you're saying. We'll go back and add some different things here. We'll bring it back again in June and we'll keep playing with it until you guys are comfortable. Because we do need to update what's on our website, which is really cool. So, sorry, I just wanted to.
No, and I think it aligns nicely, so maybe that could be lumped together in the agenda items, whichever one makes sense first, because we're going to discuss teacher induction preconditions and experimental program preconditions potentially. I think they kind of, right now, that's a little bit of commonality.
And the discussion in June on the preconditions for teacher induction is a discussion item.
All right, are we done? That's good.
I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
So for item number 21, there's not a action item in June for preconditions. Possibly, or just discussion.
I think right now it's gonna be a discussion. Yeah. I could put it as info action because that gives you the option to do either. That's usually our safer bet if we've been able to put this together closely.
So just in the possibility that you get to a good place that this group may feel that it's an action item, is a possibility of an action item.
Yeah, and the action item would be mostly to kind of endorse the concept because really the preconditions are the purview of the commission. So.
That helped us. Any other questions on? So then public comment is our second to last item, opening for public comment. As a reminder, the COA may not discuss any topics presented during this item as they have not been publicly noticed. Does any member of the public have anything it wishes to say? Please raise your hand in the Zoom feature, or we will wait a moment to see if we have anyone indicating they wish to speak in the chat function. As a reminder, public comments are limited to only 2 minutes. No public comments. So at this time, having no further business, I adjourn the April 2026 Committee on Accreditation. The next meeting of the committee will be a virtual meeting held on Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. Thank you, everyone. Safe travels.
Thank you. Well.
How come Sharon McGee doesn't get a gavel?